All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the last summer edition of the Energy Code Tag Commercial. I know Stein said we're all excited to be here. We met twice already this summer as the Commercial Energy Code Tag at the request of the Building Code Council to provide options to de-risk compliance with EPCA, largely in response to the CRA versus Berkeley decision. We spent 2 hours discussing EPCA and lawsuits 2 months ago. We also discussed several proposals that meeting. I'm going to give a bit more of an introduction once we get the agenda approved and all that. Just a little bit of a refresher on where we are. So welcome, everybody. Let's do a roll call and see who we have on the line.
Okay. Chell Anderson.
Present.
Mike Fowler. Scott Henderson.
Here.
Shane Nillis.
Here.
Chris Holliday. Dwayne Johnlin. Ray Alshouse.
Here.
Lisa Rosenau.
Here.
Henry Odom. Eric Bedell. Martin Connor. Sarah Breedy.
Present.
David Reddy. Michael Baranek. Gary Hickinen.
Here.
Kevin Duell. Irina Rasputnis.
Here.
Chris Burrows. Poppy Storm.
Here.
CJ Brockway. Andrew Poltorak. Sean Vig.
Here.
Alan Montpellier.
Here.
Elizabeth Joyce. Eric Olnon.
Present.
Gavin Tenold.
Present.
John Lang. Patrick Hayes.
Present.
Luke Howard.
Present.
Liz Reichert.
Present.
Michael Curtwright. Greg Johnson.
Present.
I'll start back at the beginning. Mike Fowler.
Yes, I did join late, and I will note that I will need to step away at about 8:45 until 10:30, 10:45 to do a conference presentation.
Chris Holliday. Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes, I've joined. Thank you.
Henry Odom.
Here.
Eric Bedell.
Here.
Martin Connor, David Reddy,
Here.
Michael Baranek, Kevin Duell, Chris Burrows, CJ Brockway, Andrew Poltorak, Elizabeth Joyce, John Lang, Michael Curtright. Okay, we do have a quorum.
Great. Gary,
Yeah, real quickly, Joe, I'll be leaving the meeting about 11 o'clock if we're not done by then. But Kevin Duell, I guess who's not on right now, should be on. He was planning to be on. So I'll let you know when I'm getting off so Kevin can do any voting for me. Thanks.
okay. Thanks, Gary. All right, are there members of the public who, or other council members who would like to introduce themselves at this time? Raise your hand, and I'll call on you. Tom.
Yeah, this is Tom Handy. I'm representing the Eastern Washington counties on the SBCC.
Welcome, Tom. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Kevin, I see you now. Looks like Kevin's here. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us, council members, or I mean tag members. So are there comments on the agenda? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
This is Dwayne, so moved.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Eric Bedell is a second. All right, further discussion. Okay, all in favor, tag members say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. We have minutes from our last meeting. And Krista can bring those up and then we can scroll through them and then we'll take a motion to approve them, or if somebody has comments, make comments on them. In some, there were a lot of motions made, several of them didn't pass. We did end up passing a few proposals and I'm gonna kind of get into that in a minute.
Motion to approve. This is Dwayne.
Okay. We have a second. Come on, people.
Second. This.
Okay, thank you, Eric. We have a second. Is there further discussion on the minutes? Okay, all in favor of approving them, say aye.
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 Okay, all right. Sounds like everybody needs a little bit more coffee. Okay, so now we have introduced ourselves, we have the agenda, we have minutes. I want to just do a brief summary of where we were and then hand it off to the people that we are meeting today to discuss their revisions for. So last month we got together and we passed proposal 036 with two options and 037. Modeling for the number of additional credits required was incomplete for these proposals. At the request of the tag, the proponents met with a few other people to discuss their proposals and see if there's more alignment between the proposals and to come back with more credit values than they had at the last tag meeting. There were also several packages of proposals that did not pass. The tag has now discussed all proposals with a few on chapter 5 today, later today. And many proposals have been part of packages that were not passed by the TAG. We do not need to take action on each individual proposal, as far as I understand, since we've discussed them all. The MVE committee can bring back any proposals that we don't pass today, as far as I understand. So we've passed proposal 026 as well as 036 option 1 and 2 and 037. We can take further action on these proposals today based on revisions updated by the proponents. We can also take action on other proposals or packages. Anything we have or do pass will be considered the MVE meeting on September 7th, and it's likely that the MVE will pass one or more of these proposals or packages onto the council for September 15th. The council asked for the TAG to convene and look at proposals, so the council can potentially, probably will, take action on any of the proposals on September 15th and approve them for a CR 102 public process. The CR 102 is an official public comment process. The council will meet to discuss public input on the CR 102 proposals, potentially officially adopting them in October or at a later date. If nothing happened at the council, the 2021 codes as adopted last year would be in force in late October. Are there questions about where we are, what we've passed, what we have to do today?
One quick correction, the MVE committee meeting is on the 8th of September.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, Chell, if you've got the 1 minute version of what happens and what the timeline is if we do pass, if the council does approve some change to the code.
So I'm going to defer to staff on that because I think it's pretty tight. So Krista or Stoyan, if the council on September 15th approved a proposal or multiple proposals into a CR 102 process, what does it look like after that?
This is when the staff starts working with the filing. And Krista, do you want to take over and share a few scenarios, or you're not prepared to do that?
Actually, I'm not real prepared.
Well, there is a calendar, and we need to it based on when we file the documents for the CR 102. There is a period that is needed for the documents to be posted, and then we can start the comment period and have the public hearings. If the council passes the proposals on September 15th, we will need another special council meeting. But again, Krista and I are working on a few scenarios, so we will have the scenarios for the MVE committee.
Okay.
Again, it's not the council or the MVE committee or the technical advisory group, it's the code revisor's office calendar that we need to align with.
So I guess from talking to you earlier, it sounds like a special council meeting could occur before the end of September or before the end of October.
Yes, that's the reason. Sorry, I didn't clarify that. So for the CR 102, we'll file it. It depends when we will file it. This is when we will figure out the date for a special council meeting. But again, we will provide the MVE committee and the public, of course, with more detailed calendar and scenarios when we get close to the MVE committee meeting.
Yeah, yep. And so it's likely the council will meet in October ahead of the October 28th date, is my understanding. And then at that point could adopt codes if the calendar works out and we have public comment and we have consensus or approval, or we may need to delay the codes again if the calendar doesn't work.
That's correct
for us. So
yes.
It could be the codes could be adopted before October 28th. It could be that they can't be adopted before October 28th. We don't know at this point, but we'll know on September 8th at the MVE committee.
We couldn't develop a calendar or a schedule because we didn't know when the TAC will end up with the recommendation. So it was really difficult for us. And again, it's not only the MVE committee meetings and the council meeting, but when we are filing the document, we need to align with the calendar that is out of our hands. It's a given.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Dwayne, is that sufficient?
Yeah, it sounds like if even the great Stoyan doesn't know, then we'll have to wait to find out.
Well, I can tell you a few dates here, but I don't wanna throw something and then go back and apologize for a few days difference. So I will do. Let's do it this way. I'll try while you guys are discussing the proposals. I'll try to give you more specific dates.
Thank you.
This will work.
Thanks, Don. Patrick.
Well, it's kind of pretty much answered my questions, but there's rumors out there that it's already been extended, and that those rumors have been coming across my email, Shell.
Where have you heard those rumors from, Patrick?
Clients.
Your clients is that you're hearing from clients that the date has been extended beyond October.
And I responded that I won't know anything until today, you know?
Well, the tag has no ability to delay the energy code or
I
anything.
realize that. I don't know where the rumors are coming from.
Chal, this is Roger. I can shed a little bit of light. The city of Seattle extended their adoption of the Seattle Building Code to, I think it's January, but that's separate from the state code. So that may be where the rumors are coming from.
It could be the source, Roger.
Okay. Dwayne, do you know when the Seattle Energy Code might be in force?
It has not been pinned down, but we're presuming that it can't possibly happen before the beginning of the year.
Okay. Just from the leading architect standpoint, January 1st is a pretty rough date to have a code start on, because that means we're all working over the holidays if we're trying to get it under the last code. Okay, Patrick, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, Eric Bedell.
Yeah, I just have a quick question related to public comment. How long does public comment generally go for in this scenario? Is it going to go for a week, 2 weeks? Do you know that answer yet, or Stoyan, is that something that you can find out?
I will give you more information before the end of this meeting.
Perfect. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And there is not a specific, let's say for the triennial code adoption cycle, we are using about 2 months. And for off-cycle rules, it's less than that. So the code revisor's office will give you the minimum. Okay, so you can file, you can have the public hearing not earlier than this date, and there is a time between particular days that you need to have the comment period. So it's not fixed in the law or in the WAC, but again, I'll give you more information before the end of this meeting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that answer. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Good questions. I wanted to note that the last agenda item, or at least under the code section, is in case there are other packages, and David Reddy had suggested one at the last tag meeting, and there could be other packages to consider. So I put that agenda item on there in case anybody else has others. But our first agenda item under code is looking at 036 options and 037, and I'd like a report from Dwayne and Johnny and others who were involved in that on what happened and what the outcomes are, and then we can discuss those revised proposals that are on the SBCC website that they revised based on meeting.
Johnny, do you want to lead off?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah, so as of last meeting, we were looking at my 036 proposal, and it had a few different options to kind of be amended to add a prescriptive pathway. That was, there was a few asks from different tag members that there be a prescriptive pathway for all covered products, and I worked on creating some language with some folks, and then we put it forward. But it ended up being pretty similar to Dwayne's proposal 037. And there was some confusion around whether the modeling that Dwayne was working with would be able to be used for the 036 proposal. So we created a working group to look at the 037 proposal, which is Dwayne's proposal, and try to see if there's any way we can reconcile it with the prescriptive proposal I was working on. We ended up creating two versions of the 037 proposal. One is Dwayne's preferred language, and one is kind of a working group consolidated version, where I received input from the working group. I think either of the two different options for 37 get us to where we want to be. They create a pathway for all covered products. The credits that were modeled through either A2 efficiency or P&L, who did the modeling, are the same for both proposals. At least they should be. And at the end of the day, it's just a preference on how does the language appear in the code. Does it all appear in the same section so that someone can just go to that section and look at it, or is it interspersed throughout the code? So Dwayne's is kind of all consolidated together, and mine's put out throughout the code. It's more of a preference than it is any real mechanism difference.
So
does that sound accurate?
So the working group started with 3 proposals: 036 option 1, 036 option 2, and 037. And now the group is recommending that there's 2 proposals: 037 Dwayne and 037 Johnny.
Yes, and then the also recommendation is that we reconsider 036, the performance option,
The original one.
The original, because the versions that we sent to the MVE, we can no longer do the modeling for, because we've basically just, in order to simplify everything, we just decided to go with Dwayne's proposal so that we could just use the same modeling.
Yep. Okay.
This was interesting as a process in that we ended up with really 2 separate modeling groups, both national experts going at this from different angles and then comparing notes, and they ended up very close to each other, and so we have a high degree of confidence in the number of credits required to make things even Steven. Maybe I could just give my brief pitch for why I think that putting it all in one place is the best. The main thing is that I wanted to have one place where anyone who's considering using the fossil fuel compliance path can see in a page and a half all the requirements they have to meet, and have that be very clear. And for all the teams that are not going to be using that fossil fuel compliance path, to not have it cluttering up the rest of the code or causing any further confusion out there. And finally, if through future court decisions or changes in federal rules or whatever, this is not needed anymore, or the council decides to take it away, then it is easily removed with just that one section. The way we eventually landed, there is a second piece of it that's out in the code, and that is a second table, C406.2, just to show the different values for the credits as they're adjusted for this path. So that, to me, those are important things to keep it simple and straightforward and obvious, both for teams that want to use the fossil fuel compliance and for all the other teams that don't. Oh, one more thing. There was some concern about the fact that I've structured this by having 4 items that are that it just says change these things in the code out there, which is not our normal precedent. But In fact, we have a precedent for that we've been using for years and that works fine. And that's the way we do our C407 now. We reference the ASHRAE Appendix G method and then say, and make the following changes. And we have a list of changes we make to that. And nobody has ever had a problem following that system. In fact, it's been considered to be pretty convenient for people. That's all.
Thanks, Dwayne. I sat in on the last meeting yesterday just to kind of hear what was going on at it. And so I wanted to also point out that on the council website for the meeting for today, there are a couple of documents from PNNL showing some of the underlying modeling that went into that. But it's hard to discuss code proposals without looking at the code proposals. So let's look at, Johnny said you have to leave sooner, right? So
yeah, Chell, after we look at the code proposals, I do have like a small presentation I'd like to kind of give to kind of like show
after the code proposals?
After we like first like show and screen like what the proposal looks like, so that
Okay.
people who want to look at it, I do have like a small presentation I can kind of give on like how does it kind of work.
Okay, that sounds good. So Johnny, do you want to go through 037, Johnny, first?
That'd be great.
All right, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Please.
Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second. You see my screen?
It's pretty small.
Better?
Better.
Yep, that's good.
Okay, great. So yeah, so this is very similar to one of the options that I brought to the tag last time. Basically, we're creating two different pathways in the prescriptive portion. You either comply with the fossil fuel pathway or the heat pumps space heating pathway. And the fossil fuel pathway just references section 406.1.3. One difference is that I brought in Dwayne's concept of adding the dedicated circuits at the main panel to provide sufficient power for all fossil fuel. If you go for the fossil fuel pathway, it's something I think the tag should discuss. So this is just the same requirement here. So if you choose the fossil fuel pathway, it just recommends that you look at section 406.1.3, which I'll get to in a second. Same thing for the heat pump water heating. You either do the heat pump water heating prescriptive requirement, or you look at section 406.1.3. Now, once you get the section 406.1.3, it has a section now called fossil fuel pathways. And here is where most of the magic happens. You have the normalization credits. So this is like how much you would need to get per occupancy group additional for the space heating system. If you want to use the fossil fuel pathway, there's a correction factor here that Dwayne came up with, which is actually pretty brilliant. This is a way to like help deal with all the exceptions. Basically, you need to get less credits if you comply with the exceptions in section 406 and 403.1.4. So if you're, in Eastern Washington, there's an exception for commercial kitchen makeup air that allows you to use fossil fuels. You don't have to. That is no longer counted as a part of the number of credits you have to achieve because you got an exception. It's not a part of the code. It's not required energy efficiency measure. So that means the overall credits will be reduced because you got an exception in the prescriptive portion of the code. And there's many different exceptions that you could take. Same with fossil fuel service water heating baseline. Here's the number of credits required. And then there's the exception, like I think it's 21 kilowatts plus 0.1 kilowatt per, or 0.1 watt per square foot or something like that, that you get for electric resistance water heating, for example, that would no longer count towards the required credits if you took that exception. We actually aren't modifying table 406.1. Those credits remain the same. And then we get to the different pathway, 406.2. These are the efficiency measure pathways. So you either, if you're using the heat pump pathway, you use 406.21, and this has like all the credits required here. And then if you're using fossil fuel pathway, it's a different credit table. PNNL basically explain the reasoning, but you know, a fossil fuel building and a heat pump building are gonna have different energy efficiency measure credits. Like the credits are gonna count differently because of the interactions between the space heating and water heating system and the rest of the building. So the measures can't really be considered the same. So you know, you would get more credits, for instance, for a high performance DOAS system for a fossil fuel heating building than you would for a heat pump building. And that's because there's more energy being used for that system in the fossil fuel building. So you should get more credits if you're reducing that energy usage. Oops. And then that's basically it. There is if you decide that you want to do like a mixed fuel building, like if you want to mix heat pump water heaters or heat pumps with fossil fuel, then there is a way for you to basically get a blended credit for space heating or for water heating, so that you would basically interpolate between the two values and you'd be able to get that credit. Okay.
Yeah, like heat pump, water heating as primary, and then a fossil fuel backup, or fossil
Exactly.
fuel for below 20 degrees or something. You would
Exactly.
get quite as
And
many
you,
credits.
yeah, and this is beyond the exception. So this is like if you're taking something beyond the exceptions, you'd be able to get a blended credit if you were to decide to go above the fossil fuel baseline and start installing some of the heat pump equipment, then you would get some of that credit for the heat pump equipment. I'll take your question, David, and then I was going to give the presentation to kind of explain how this might work.
Yeah, I guess on that idea of a mixed fuel building, is your understanding also that you could use the kind of area weighting approach to the credits, or is that not possible in this mixed fuel case? You know, are you familiar with the area weighting approach to C406 credits?
I believe I've seen it at some point, but do you want to explain it in further detail?
I think there's a specific section, I don't have it offhand in the code, that addresses the idea of, you know, if you have different credits applied to different parts of your building, you can area weight them to arrive at your requirement and the number of credits you provide. So, for example, in a mixed fuel building where you have one area served by a fossil fuel system and one by a heat pump, seems like that's an alternative approach to showing compliance. I guess the question is, would you agree with that as opposed to using the ratio method that you've got in your proposal?
That's a good question. Nothing is jumping out at me. I think that as long as you're able in the area method to be able to apply the two different tables, which I don't see why you wouldn't be able to apply the fossil fuel table to the fossil fuel portion of the building and the heat pump table to the heat pump portion of the building. That makes sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks, David. That's an interesting idea. So you're referring to the discrete area weighting section of the code, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. And so, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around the idea. So you're proposing the idea that somebody could take specific areas of a building and they could actually apply the heat pump credit tables to one portion of the building and then the fossil fuel table to another portion of the building. Is that?
Yeah, if you have a discrete division, now if you have a mixed fuel system, I think that's a different scenario, right? Where you can't discretely divide up the areas between the fuels used for space heating or water heating, for example. But yeah, if you have an office area served by heat pumps and a big gas heater in your warehouse, that seems like you could area weight them discreetly.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
David and Lisa. Patrick.
I think David's idea is absolutely wonderful and that it should be allowed and applied. I have 3 projects on my desk right now where you would do that for sure. Just what David it's office area, upstairs and downstairs, and then 2 big warehouse areas, so 2/3 of the building is warehouse, 1/3 is administrative, basically, and you would apply that to that type of project.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I guess you'd get to choose here whether you, if the system is mixed fuel, use that option, or I guess Patrick, notionally, or David, would something need to be modified to this proposal in order to
I think
make that apply?
Just language that says area weighting, averaging between the 2 methodologies. I mean, we're doing it in the 2018 code right now, and it is complicated math. I will share that with you. And I have said on the projects that I have used it, I've used a statement with clients that I think there's only a handful of people that know how to do this, right, David?
And I think that's where there could definitely be additional training and guidance and tools out there to support doing that, because I don't think everybody's consistently applying those, what areas they count. Like, for example, a central water heating system for a multifamily building. Do you include the corridor area when there's absolutely no plumbing fixtures in the corridor area, right? So I think there's a lot of opportunity for more guidance, and it will be even more critical now if we have mixed buildings and baselines.
Yeah, some sort of training, or I agree with David, because to dream it up from scratch was quite a thinking process, and make it presentable to a building department so that they could understand it.
But the only thing I think the implication on this proposal might be is that these formulas and adjustments may not really be necessary, may not be useful to have 2 ways to approach this. So I think that, and this gets back to one of the items, is to, actually apply this in some example buildings, these ideas that we have, to see how your method or this method would work versus the other approach.
Yeah. I have one slide on that, but it's using more, it's a little more high level. It's basically saying, assuming you took the blended approach, here's like what the number of credits could look like.
I think
I did it using this as the idea. I don't think it would be that different if we just did it based on area.
I just think how many credits are actually, mixed fuel systems versus, discrete building areas. That's something I haven't thought through in these packages or options. So
this could be something where the MVE committee gets a couple of options for this, or perhaps we want to write into Johnny's proposal that 406.1.2 is allowed, but you should probably use one or the other and not. I think if you did both, your head might explode.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to do one or the other.
So that might be a good addition to Johnny's proposal, to say 406.1.2 is explicitly allowed, but is mutually exclusive with the blended fuel option.
Yeah, I get the sense, Johnny, your equations are more on the idea that you'd have you do your C406 compliance on a whole building level, right? And your ratios might be determined based on capacities of all the heating and cooling system, or I'm sorry, gas heating and electric heating systems.
Yeah,
When
it's
really
also
Mhm.
keep going. Sorry.
When really that could, what you're talking about is different areas of the buildings that are served by different systems in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and I thought that the discrete area method was mostly mostly used for like if you have a building with multiple different occupancies and you're like trying to come up with like a package that makes more sense in like the warehouse version like of HVAC, and then you have like an office or something if it's like a
Yeah, it is.
it's like you probably would have two different types of systems in that because like you're dealing with two very different types of occupancies, and then it's like, okay, well, what's the credits required? What's the correct measures? While mine is like you have a building system and you're using multiple fuels in that system, like how do you treat that? But I don't think, there's probably a more reasonable approach. I don't know which one it is though.
Right. I think let's hear from other people, and maybe other people have solutions for this, and maybe it's better if we come to the MVE with a couple of like a word or a sentence that could intelligently change this to something else. And Greg, you are up. Greg Johnson.
Yeah, so I like the way you're thinking. I had one question for understanding since and normally I would have read through this, but it wasn't posted till late last night, so I didn't have a chance. But I'm confused on the supplemental versus mixed. So is supplemental heat treated as a mixed system, or is it treated separately?
It would be considered mixed.
Okay, so
it's a total installed space heating capacity of all space heating appliances, not just primary.
So how does that work with, is it mixed based on how often it's used, or is it mixed on proportional to its size?
It's all based on capacity.
Capacity. So if someone were to have a system that they, kind of like what Eric had brought up last time with the electrical service and with cold weather. And so if they were to install a large supplemental system that didn't necessarily run very often, it ran maybe less than a month out of the year, it would be dinged as a mixed system and based on capacity then.
That is correct, the way it's written.
Would there be any consideration to maybe change that to something more reasonable about, I mean, to allow supplemental be separate from mixed?
Well, we're already allowing just for Eastern Washington specifically for the hydronic systems, you already would be able to claim that exception for the supplemental heating, which actually just reduces the number of credits required. So this is just going above and beyond that, specifically for the east side. If you're talking about air source systems that aren't like hydronic systems, like not centralized systems in the east side, I don't know if that would be another factor or something where you're like talking about like, like load factor, like how often it's used or something like that. I think it'd be pretty difficult. Maybe you would have to be like a load factor based on like east side versus west side, how often we think the supplemental system below a certain temperature would be used. But what we're trying to do is to try to keep this rather complex proposal as simple as possible, which has obviously been more difficult as we go on and think about all the nuances. But I am open to suggestions. So if you can think of a way to do it, bring it up.
I think the simplest way, at least my opinion, would be separate out supplemental from mix and then just keep constraints on when the supplemental could run. So that way, and just making an exception. So then you don't have to worry about treating it like mix and convolute the whole system. But then you're just saying, hey, if it's below 20 degrees and you run the supplemental, we say that's fine, or something along those lines would be my suggestion.
Yep.
So, and then I had one other thing, separate section. You'd mentioned the dedicated electric circuit. So one, wondering if it might make more sense to, instead of saying dedicated electric circuit, to say conduit. The reason why is if you're calculating, so most of this equipment that's going to have the dedicated electric circuit, it's a direct wired connection. It's not a cord and plug for commercial stuff. And so if you have a dedicated electric circuit with wires already pulled for something that is not connected, you could, when you're calculating your panel sizes and stuff, you could say, well, that's not in use, and so I'm not going to include it in the capacity of the overall panel boards and switchboards. And so then when someone goes to install it, you really don't have the capacity to begin with. And what if the size of the equipment changes? I would think it'd be more advantageous if you just said you had the conduit pathway so they can pull the conductors in later at a later point when they actually were to make that conversion. Because really the conduit pathway is the hardest, by far the hardest part, just getting the conductors from the panel board out to the equipment. So I think that would just be a simpler, yeah, I mean, more reasonable. I mean, as opposed to making someone pull conductors that don't get used and have to get ripped out and repulled anyway, again.
Could I respond to that?
Please.
Just what's critical here is that the service and the main panel size be large enough to handle an eventual conversion, and not that you got the conduit in place, and so this is what is trying to be ensured here, is that as you know the state moves forward with its decarbonization rules and all that, that we don't have any new buildings that are stuck having to upgrade their utility service and main panel, which is really expensive to do after the fact.
So there's a simpler way, I think, to do that. I don't think this is accomplishing your goal, because this doesn't force them to size the main panel for the capacity. But I think a simpler way would be, A, if you have the conduits to the individual devices, and B, if you have extra spare conduits in the service entrance conduits, and then the main electrical room has additional space for your an upgrade. So I mean, they still would have to do a service upgrade, but the service upgrade is not really costly. It'd be simple to do that if you had
It's horrendously costly.
What was that?
It's horrendously costly.
Well, it was costly if you don't have the space and the conduits. When you have the space, a service upgrade doesn't mean you're upgrading the switchboard. You can actually have, you're allowed to have up to 6 disconnects on one service. And so if you have another section space allocated, they can put another breaker and switchboard section in right next to the old one if you have the room in the main electrical room for that, and you have the conduits to run from the transformer. So you're actually just, your cost ends up being, so the big cost ends up being when you're having to wreck out the whole entire electrical service and you don't have the conduits and you don't have the space, and so you have to wreck everything out and increase the size that way.
So Greg, it sounds like you think the language here could be changed slightly to better enact the concept behind this.
Yes, yeah, I believe it.
And that might be changing the word circuit to conduit or something like that. And then ensuring the transformer and electrical, then the building panel be sized to support this. It sounds like there's a few language tweaks here that would make this better fulfill what the intent is. Do you have a few quick suggestions, or do you think this takes hammering out over a while?
Well, let's see. I had an email I'd sent to you and Eric. You know what I mean? It was a while ago that kind of just detailed what would future-proof. I could resend that. I make really details up, you know what I mean, how to make a simple, you know what I mean, how you future-proof it. But really the what I would suggest is if you had said you have to provide if you provide the calculation for the additional service that you would required, you provide the necessary conduits and space in the electrical rooms for that equipment. And you can keep it just that simple. And then that way the engineer does a calculation, and as long as he has that space and the conduits, he can make that upgrade
Yeah, it's the space allocation, right, Gregory, in the future too, right? You know, either add in the additional medium voltage transformer or the panel space. I think it's a good compromise.
So if this said dedicated conduit, comma, adequate main electrical room size, comma, and main building panel capacity shall be provided with sufficient power. Does that
for future inclusion of electric, air source heat pump or whatever.
So if you're dictating, I would say it is conduits for the individual equipment throughout the building.
Do you want to write this down, Johnny? Well, just for consideration.
So conduits for the equipment, sized appropriately for the equipment. You got your service entrance conduits, which is separate.
Sorry, you're saying service?
Service entrance conduits. So the service entrance conduits are the conduits from the main electrical room out to the transformer. So you have spare service entrance conduits, and you're allowed to have a parallel service for your service entrance. So that means you don't necessarily have to re-pull your existing conductors. You can just add to it as long as you have spare service entrance conduits. And then additional adequate space in the main electrical room for the service entrance equipment.
And do we need to include transformer capacity, or is that implied?
So transformer is more about site space. So the utility, as long as you have space on the site for a larger transformer, the utility will upgrade the transformer as needed. So the bigger part, usually the utility transformer is located on the property site.
But don't you have to request the utility to upgrade that transformer? And then if
You can, but that
sized correctly, it's just going to take forever.
Well, no, usually as long as you have space for it, and if you're doing the utility can swap out those pad mounts pretty darn easily as long as you have space, or even if it's in a vault, if it's in a like downtown area where you have a vault, as long as the vault is sized for the transformer, and if you're looking at a vault, you also need cooling capacity for the larger size transformer too. So as long as you have the space, a utility swapping out a transformer is really easy, and usually it doesn't incur much cost. A lot of times if you're upgrading your electrical service, that is included, the utility covers that cost in some situations because they assume that you have a larger usage of energy, and where your allocations don't cover it, it's not the biggest cost. But physical space for the and when you're talking about physical space, pad mounts, the green boxes people see, pad mounts, I mean, you need site space for that. If you're looking at like a transformer vault, where you don't see it, like it's under the ground or so, you got to make sure you not only have the space, but you have the cooling capacity.
Yep.
Because those transformers, if you don't have the added cooling for that vault, the transformers will overheat and you can't put a bigger one in there.
Yep, I've done this. I needed a 3-hour rated path to get out of the building from that. It would be a real pain for some buildings I've worked on. I'm gonna suggest that this wordsmithing is probably too much for the group today. I think we're close. And I think if Johnny, Greg, I don't know if Johnny, if you send this to Greg and Greg wordsmiths this and sends it back within a couple hours, we might have it today. Otherwise, we might just need it at the MVE committee. But I think duly noted that we could probably improve the language in Johnny's proposal for that. I don't want to just take all day wordsmithing that, and I feel like we could do that, unfortunately. So Lisa or Andy, you were up next, but you lowered your hand. Or no, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I don't know that I have anything too new to add, but just I want to kind of reiterate David's comments about I do think that there needs to be something in here for the discrete area averaging for how these credits get applied based on where the systems are. I don't know is our discussion now intending to cover both the space heating and the water heating? David kind of touched on this, but I think that the water heating is going to get particularly complicated where you might have, for example, a mixed use building where you've got a central water heating system serving the office or the multifamily, and then a retail bay may have their own system and maybe they have a heat pump and the base building has a gas system. And so I just want to reiterate that I think we do fundamentally need potentially both this mixed fuel way to deal with averaging the capacities, but I think we also need the area discrete averaging for where you have different portions of the building. And I think there's a little work that we need to do on adding some language to make it clear which you can use when, and completely agree with the comments about additional training to make sure that everybody's applying these calculations in the same manner. Because I completely agree with David that I think there's probably a lack of consistency on how folks are doing those calcs and what they apply where, and it gets pretty complicated with the different occupancy types. And so I just want to reiterate, I think we need both of those, and I think we need some language to clarify which you use when.
Okay. Andy, if you have any moments of brilliance on that, you would be more than welcome to suggest that later today or in the MVE committee meeting on the September 8th, or even ahead of the ideally ahead of the MVE committee, so they can potentially incorporate that kind of more nuanced thought into any proposal they pass on to the Building Code Council. Okay, Lisa, you're up next. Or no, Tom, sorry. Tom, you're up next.
Yes, regarding, either the blended or the discrete area sections, I'm personally kind of worried about the panel size and all of that. We talked about transformers and we talked about, the different disconnects and all that. And, we didn't say anything about the feeder sizes that are going to be needed to be upgraded, and room for that. I think it's a tremendous expense, especially if you're looking at a warehouse situation where you may have, some gas furnaces firing the thing, for part of the year and nothing in the summer, perhaps. You're going to be putting in this massive electrical system that you won't even need, perhaps for quite a while. And so I'm just kind of wondering.
I think we lost you, Tom. All right, we'll go back to you. Lisa, you're up.
Hi, sorry, I had a little trouble unmuting there. Okay, I'm going to share a little bit about what we're working on for the commercial compliance documentation web tool. We are working on a calculator for credits. And so whatever we come up with for this, or whatever the committee comes up with for this, we'll do our best to try to tackle a tool, because we completely agree that this is something that's very difficult for, number one, the designers to navigate these calculations, and number two, for the jurisdictions to verify them. So we are working on something it's a calculator that will, but right now it's only breaking out discrete areas based on building type and occupancy type. So if you've got like a mixed building, addition, alteration, or something like that, with a space conditioning change or something like that, that you can apply your credits in discrete areas. So just putting it out there that there is effort going into an actually online tool that could be used for this, but we'll definitely have to kind of pull back what we're working on right now and adapt it to accommodate whatever the committee comes up with.
Thanks, Lisa. And so if I understand what you're saying is there's in the tool, if the tool is doing some amount of interpretation of the code, then there'd be a more consistent way of applying the discrete building weighting per the current way it's done, and then it would need to be updated to whatever the tag and MVE and council come up with.
That's right. So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So what I would say at this point is that, you know, whatever the committee ends up deciding, you know, we'll roll up our sleeves to take this on and try to get a tool that is, you know, reasonably easy for folks to use. We'll definitely be looking for feedback and reviewers and all that to make sure that, you know, what we come up with is capturing code intent correctly, because it appears that there is going to be quite a few changes to way this is being handled.
Thanks, Lisa. I have Kevin next, or no, sorry, I have Dwayne next.
Hello. Just a couple comments on things that have been mentioned earlier. I'd like to keep in mind that our charge here is to create an alternative pathway to comply with the EPCA issue. And so we don't have to solve a lot of other problems or scenarios with this fossil fuel pathway. We mostly need to get something in place so that we're in legal shape. Note that the way we've set up the calculation in both Johnny's proposal and mine allows you to exempt anything that's already qualifies for an exemption, which would include supplementary heat for your space heating. You don't have to get credits for those where they were already allowing electric resistance in the current code, which to me says you don't need to create a mixed fuel pathway. I do like the idea that we can maybe change this to say buildings or building areas, or buildings or spaces within buildings, so that we could, you know, if you do have restaurant on the ground floor and apartments above, or one of those other common combos, that you can intelligently apply this. And finally, I wanted to say that our experience thus far with upgrades of existing buildings, utility electric supply for conversion to heat pumps is one of the biggest stumbling blocks and cost items, especially there are many people that the new loads would move them past a boundary which takes them from a pole mounted to a ground mounted transformer. Very expensive thing, even more expensive if they're going from a ground mounted to a vault, or from a vault to a larger vault. So it's important that we ensure that if we're going to do this, that the original problem we were trying to solve is solved, and that is that when the time comes for that building to upgrade the utility service size, that it's not just a horrendously expensive burden for the building owners.
Thanks, Dwayne. Kevin, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Yeah, Kevin with Northwest Natural. First, a process question. I missed the last meeting, so I wanted to make sure I understand what we're working on today. It's my understanding that proposals 37 and 36 were approved or last session. So I am assuming then that any motion today would be to amend something previously adopted. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. The tag decided, even though we passed 36 option 1, option 2, and 37 and 26, the tag, I think it was through a motion, but it may not have been, asked the proponents to meet and come back with a more cohesive proposal. And one of the issues that was brought up was the people who did the modeling to support these proposals were not able to do all options 1, 2, and 30 of 36 and 37. And so they needed to meet and kind of agree on certain things so that the modeling could be done based on based on one type of proposal. So that was another reason why we wanted them to come back. So yes, from a process standpoint, we would probably replace one of the approved or all of the approved proposals with proposals we see today.
Well, the reason I ask is the language of the minutes was these are approved proposals. So any change today would be an amendment to something previously adopted, which has different voting rules than a regular proposal. So the next question is, how does requiring dedicated circuits or whatever language we come up here address EPCA liability?
Would you like me to try to respond?
Dwayne, go for it.
This is one aspect of it that it is not directly following from EPCA, but it is there to ensure that we're consistent with other things we're doing in the code.
And so the existing code basically requires electrifying buildings and allows for some fossil fuel use within those buildings. I'm thinking particularly of the baseline for surface water heating. This allows 50% capacity to be fossil or resistance fuel source. Obviously, as a backup, the primary heating source is heat pumps. But there was no mention of dedicated circuits in those instances. So I'm wondering why this is being added now. It doesn't seem to be part of the charge, which is to provide an EPCA liability reduction. It seems like this is just an enhancement to the current code, making it even more electrification focused, which I don't see how that has anything to do with EPCA.
You're correct.
So as such, I know there were proposals made that corrected the code. A benign example is a revision to the definition of a residential building, but those were not included in our discussions because they're not EPCA pertinent. It would seem to me that this discussion about dedicated circuits is in that same category.
Well, I guess if I can respond, there are entire proposals that are not directly related to EPCA. This is a portion of a proposal, and the main portion of the proposal is intended to de-risk EPCA, creating specifically a fossil fuel compliance pathway. So I guess I don't see the logic of that you're following there. Entire proposals that don't have to do with EPCA we did not consider, but portions of proposals, I think there's portions of multiple proposals that are not maybe directly EPCA related, but there are kind of supplementary things within proposals that are part of the proposals, and the main proposal is very directly EPCA related, but there are pieces of those proposals that are not as directly EPCA related. And I guess I see a vast difference between those two things.
It might make a good motion to amend, though.
Fair enough.
At some point in the next couple hours.
Fair enough. Next question. You mentioned, Dwayne, that there are, through the formulas, exemptions that are already allowed are already incorporated. That is, you gave the example of, I think it was resistance heating in the east side. I would imagine, I just wanted to make sure that what I mentioned earlier about for surface water heating, since you can have up to 50% capacity be other sources than heat pumps, that would be incorporated into that formula. Is that true?
Right. I had it set up to refer to any of the exceptions, because if you were already allowed to use gas or electric resistance in an exception, there was no it didn't make sense to require additional efficiency credits, if you were going to use the same exception going forward.
What if it's in the case I'm mentioning, though, it's not an exception, it's baseline. So is that also allowed? Or not allowed, but incorporated?
This is something that the modelers could probably explain better, but basically the number of credits that are required and the number of credits that you received are based on modeling that assumes that we are sizing the system according to that 50% rule.
Well, and I guess what I'm wondering is you could have a heat pump water heating system that's 100% heat pumps. You might have a favorable condition and economics for that works, but you could have 20% fossil, 49% fossil, 2% fossil. So it seems like there should be some allocation for that. Not, in other words, if I have a 1% fossil fired heating water system, I don't think that that should penalize the building to the same point as having a 100% fossil fuel water heating system. But it sounds like that might be the case as it stands.
No, I think we're more generous than that in the formula, that we will go ahead and assume 50%.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so you don't. We'll be happy to consider if you want to take it backwards from there, but we thought you might object.
Well, and so, but that begs my question then. So if you had a 100% heat pump water heating system, service water heating system,
credits.
And how does that work?
You get additional credits through the heat pump pathway.
And is that, but you said the baseline is 50%. So how do I add those credits?
So if the baseline's 50%, so if you're going the heat pump space heating pathway, you're just complying with the heat pump, but then you decide to go to 100%, then you're in the heat pump space heating pathway. You go to the heat pump space heating table and you get the extra credits through that measure, and you don't need the additional credits through that you would have to get if you went through the fossil fuel space heating pathway.
Okay, so in other words, if I follow the code as written, but I use, and the code allows a fossil fuel service water heating system up to 50%, I have to use the fossil fuel pathway.
Yep.
Okay, even though that thing might run.
Well, no, if you're using
a fraction of the.
If you're using the 50%, then you're using the heat pump space heating pathway. If you're using anything less than what's required in the prescriptive code, which is 50%, then you are now using the fossil fuel pathway.
Gotcha. And then you say if
it's weighted based on the size of the system.
Right. And if I know you just said this, but I want to make sure I understand. So if I use like a 90% heat pump capacity, I can add credits using the formula?
Yes.
I mean, I'm asking because this is a complex path. We all know that, but I just want to make sure these various nuances are somehow captured. So another question, in the PP&L new EIU-based credits document for proposal 37, there's a little section in the bottom right, total available versus required. And it looks like for all but 2 occupancies, there's a deficit. That is, you could never get enough credits to comply. I'm assuming that those have to be made up then with renewable energy. Is that correct?
Sorry, apologies. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I went through that rather quickly. So, you know the document I'm talking about, right? The PP&L new UI-based credits for 037?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about the Excel document posted on the website, or what might be a PDF or an Excel doc.
Yeah, it's a PDF, but I think it probably was Excel. It's got all the credits and various calcs. And then the bottom right, there's a little section, total available credits and required.
I've done that calculation. Yeah, thank you. This here. I've done this here in a PowerPoint, and it goes through all the different groups and it shows all the different ways in which you can comply. But
is that the presentation that's coming up?
That is a presentation that I'm hoping to give at some point in the next several hours. I was hoping to give it by now, but
Yep.
My pause for David Reddy or question has now opened up 40 questions. So just
okay.
it's a complicated proposal. I wasn't expecting different, but I would like the rest of the presentation at some point. Yeah.
Then I'll defer to that. I'm sure that's very comprehensive since you think these things through thoroughly. And then one last comment on the dedicated circuits. I want to echo what Greg mentioned earlier, that if you size circuits, you have no guarantee that what you ultimately install will be satisfactorily serviced. And that is, if you may have a larger demand, for no foreseeable reason, that the wiring you put in would service, and therefore have to pull the wire and replace it. Or I'm assuming heat pump technology will continue to evolve and improve. You might end up with wires that are grossly oversized. And yeah, you would have to replace the disconnect, but that's a smaller deal. And an oversized wire, again, is not a problem. It's just a financial loss. So I would suggest that having a pathway that includes all the things we discussed would be a simpler way to go about it and still provide the future proofing that's been discussed. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. I guess it might save time if we went to the proposal, or sorry, the presentation that Johnny had. And then I still have lots of people written down as wanting to talk. So why don't we go to the presentation, and maybe that'll answer some questions.
Thanks, Chell. I'm sure that it'll just generate more questions, but I like your optimism. I'm gonna share my screen again. Okay, slideshow from the beginning. Hello. Oh, wait. Here's my secrets.
All right.
We'll just, whatever. Yeah. All right. So talk about our commercial proposals today. Just want to remind everybody what we're trying to accomplish. Basically, in the 2018 code and previous versions of the code, what we're doing with additional energy efficiency credits when it exists is that it would take a baseline of a heat pump in a fossil fuel building, and it would just apply the additional energy efficiency credits to that particular system. So even though if you're getting the same number of credits, we're not actually getting the same site EUI of the building. There's a gap in the energy performance between a fossil fuel building and a heat pump building. What we're trying to do today is we're trying to find the number of credits necessary that would normalize the building so that now afterwards the site EUIs are the same, so that we're not giving an undue benefit to a building that uses fossil fuels. And we're doing that by the credit tables and the additional credits that would be required through the different normalizations. So what would compliance actually look like for a fossil fuel building? Well, you actually have several options. I'm going to give an example. This is an R2 building. If you look at the base credits and then you add in the additional credits you would need for a fossil fuel space heating system and water heating system, in total, you would need 267 credits. You could accomplish this by picking a bunch of energy efficiency measures like shower drain heat recovery, a DOAS system, enhanced reduced air leakage, improved cooling, heat trace system, service hot water heating distribution sizing, and enhanced kitchen equipment. If you add all those together, you get 267 credits. I recognize that's a lot of measures. You could also do the same thing by using a high efficiency gas water heating system. We added a measure in there for high efficiency gas water heating systems. I also added in the measure for a heat pump gas water heating system, but we have not done the modeling for the credits, and that is something that I would like to get the credits calculated for before it goes to the SBCC in September. So right now it just says XX in the fossil fuel pathway, but that could be a different pathway or a different option for you to get there. So here's an example of a package for R2 buildings in which you would use a high efficiency gas water heating system. And because you get 65 credits there, you would have to do enhanced envelope performance in order to still get to the 267 points. Talking about the blended, this is kind of getting into the blended baselines, or like using a blended system. You could get to 267 credits by installing a heat pump water heating system that's 33% of the total building. That would get you 75 credits and it would allow you to get to the total of 267 credits. You could also use renewable energy credits, and you could get 75 credits through the renewable energy. And I can get into basically that portion on the renewable energy. There's like an equation that allows you to get up to 80% of your credits, additional credits required through renewable energy. Now, one of the pathways must be able to include all federal minimum equipment. So I dropped the improved cooling and fan efficiency down to 0, and you could increase the renewable energy credits to be 93. This is completely EPCA compliant here, pathway, because you could use all federal minimum equipment and still reach the 267 credits in a Group R2 building. With the renewable energy credit, like I said, up to 80% of the additional energy efficiency credits required by the normalization tables could be permitted to be using renewable energy credits. That means that you could just do max renewable energy and get up to 180 credits. That's 80% of the 226 additional credits required. In that case, you could do like a high performance DOAS system, improved lamp efficacy, and a right size surface heat watering system, and you would comply with 267 credits. So this is just an example for R2 building on the different ways in which you could comply while still using fossil fuel equipment. Here's some other examples for other groups. You could do Group B. This would require 170 credits total. That's 128 extra credits if you're doing fossil fuel. And here's just an example package that you could put in that would get there. If you wanted to max out your renewables, which would be 102 credits, then this is a different example. You do high performance DOAS, 20% reduced lighting control, and still get to the 170 credits. For Group B, it's only 103 credits required. You could just do these 3 measures and you would get the 104 credits required. For Group M, here's a package that complies. Just as an example of what would look like for a heat pump building, just show that a heat pump building can still comply while installing or getting the measures. Here's an example for 3 different buildings that show that it can still comply. And just to remind everybody, like what we're trying to do is that all these additional credits that are required is because we're trying to close this gap, and we're trying to make them equal, the buildings equal to an energy objective on a 1-to-1 basis. So yeah, I was asked to kind of put that together. I kind of went through that fast because I wanted us to be able to talk about it, but this shows that every building type can comply. There's multiple ways you can comply. You could just put on a bunch of on-site renewable. You could put on off-site renewable. There's a million ways in which you could comply, or you could install heat pumps and comply. And thank you. That's quick and dirty.
Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Hopefully that answered a bunch of questions. I will go through people in the order in which their hands were raised before the presentation. If you don't want to talk, just say so. David Reddy, your hand was up.
Sorry, I'll pull it down now.
Okay. Ty, your hand was up as well. Ty Jennings.
I've taken my hand down. Thank you.
Okay. Eric Bedell.
Yeah, I have multiple things I'd like to talk about. One thing that I feel like is a cost-effective solution. Actually, let's go to Johnny, your proposal. Before I get into it, let me start my video because I like to. So, Johnny, can you share your screen and bring up the proposal, and then go to defrost within the proposal?
I sure can. Unless Krista, you prefer to share, I don't mind sharing my screen.
Either one.
I prefer Krista shares just for consistency.
Thanks.
All right, I'm looking through my notes. So I'm going to speak to 4, 5, and 6. This goes back to the last meeting that we had when I explained what we're seeing right now with the inclusion of air source heat pumps and having include electric boilers or very large electric boilers and service that are incoming to the building. And we got to a point where I think we all compromised and agreed that, I don't say all, there's different opinions, but many of us came to an agreement that said, yeah, right, when the air source heat pump is in defrost mode, which has to, we have this large electric boiler that is installed, at least in the city of Seattle, and then how the code is written. So I would like to continue this conversation and say heat pumps are permitted to utilize fossil fuel and electric resistance heating when a heat pump defrost cycle is required and is in operation, as a general blanket statement, where it can basically, right, the heat pumps are going to be sized. It's going to take on the full capacity of heating. It's just in defrost where there's a potential that if a person wants to install a fossil fuel boiler in lieu of, large electric boilers, that they can do so. And I thought we got to that point, but apparently we didn't in this proposal.
Eric, can I just hop in and ask if we scroll down to item 6? I think this would be a better spot for us. There you go.
And as you can see, in air to water heat pumps, they are permitted to use either electric resistance or fossil fuel, depending on the climate zone. I would like to just match something similar to that that language in 4 and in 5. I think it's real important in air to air heat pumps. Go up one more to 5. Air-to-air heat pumps, both of them, just to mimic the language that is in 6, or some type of language that was in 6.
I guess from my point, we were talking about this last time, so I'll assume we can continue this here. Just air to air, I'm not sure how an electric boiler or gas boiler would actually back up an air to air system. If it's a water based, then that makes sense.
It's an air to water is where I'm going with that.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking item 6 for air to water setups, then certainly have your backup system. My take on this air to air is this is all built into the equipment itself.
Yeah, we can remove 5. You're 100% right on this, Henry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it would be applicable to 4 and 6.
Okay, sure.
Roll up to 4.
So what I'm proposing to change would be heat pumps are permitted to utilize electric resistance and fossil fuel heating when heat pump defrost is required in its operation. Again, the air source heat pump would be sized for 100% capacity. It's just that we don't need these supplemental large, and I'm talking in some of these projects that we're working on in Bellevue or in Seattle, 17, 20 story. These boilers are tremendous, which is driving all other implications related to medium voltage transformers being too large, SCL vaults being extremely large, and they sit there and they just look pretty for the majority of the year. Maybe they get turned on 1 to 2 hours a year.
think some language that would be consistent with 5 and 6 would just be heat pumps are permitted to utilize supplemental heating sources.
Yeah. I was curious to that, Henry. Why are we moving to the? Why can't we just say electric resistance and fossil fuel? Why are we trying to make it so? So what's a supplement like? Right, I read supplemental heating sources, and I see something. It could be many things, right? But why can't we just be very direct and say electric and fossil fuel?
Yep, that's probably fine with me. I'm not the ultimate wordsmither, so no personal issue with that.
Could I ask a process question here of the chair?
Sure.
It seems like right here with Eric's comments, we're getting into revising the heat pump compliance pathway, but our charge is from the council is to come up with an alternative fossil fuel compliance pathway and not to, and I think they were explicit about wanting us to not go back into the rest of the code and change other stuff.
That's a fair comment, Dwayne, but what I'm trying to do is add back fossil fuel into certain conditions related to the air source heat pump because it's now allowed towards EPCA. And again, I'm not trying to change the pathway of related to air source heat pumps. I still want the pathway to be sized for 100%. What I'm trying to do is make a cost-effective solution for that minuscule point of the time in the year where air source heat pumps just don't work. They just don't work. They don't work well when it's 20 degrees out and you're in defrost and you have to bring on an electric boiler at 2 megawatts. You know, it just doesn't make sense from a, you know, and I think that's where the compromise is. It's like, hey, yeah, we still have 100% sized air source heat pumps, but it's for that little bit of time where we can use fossil fuels.
To Dwayne's question, we have a proposal in front of us, and I think tweaks to the proposal are acceptable. We want to stay germane to EPCA as much as we can, but we have a proposal and we have language in front of us, and we don't need to solve problems that are not necessarily EPCA related, but I just ask that we don't go stray too far from that.
So I'll stop now, Shell, on that portion, and we can do whatever we want to do on that. Okay,
so when it comes time to make a motion about this, we can include that or not include that in a motion. Did you have Eric, you said you had a bunch of things.
I just had one other, which Johnny, you've done a phenomenal job on this, and this is more just of an observation related to the energy credits. And thank you very much, by the way. I think I had a bunch of questions here related to exactly what you gave a presentation on. But there comes a point where I just want to make sure the TAG group knows that when we add, and I get it, right? The EUI, we keep going back to the site energy, right? And this has been debated. I think Gary brought it up last time versus a source, site versus source. I just, this is a personal opinion. I feel like a source calculation needs to be done again. I became much smarter. I needed to become much smarter related to source. I mean, it's a dirty little secret. Electricity is made by coal. It's made by natural gas. It's made by other things. It's not if, unlike Seattle, it's not all hydroelectric. So, I don't think it's a fair comparison. We are adding much additional credits. I think there's a compromise there. Again, I know there's extra credits that need to be included in order to go to the CAS pathway, but it is a very expensive, especially related to Group B and Group M, to add all those inclusions of energy credits to get to the site EUI level. So that's it. That's all I had to say related to that.
I can respond to that later, Eric, on source. I'm going to get those other questions on stuff.
You got it. I appreciate that, Johnny.
I want to limit our site versus source discussions. We've had that discussion many times, and I think lots of people in this room could talk for hours about that. And so far we haven't made a motion and accepted it that uses source energy. I think the legislative mandate talks about site energy, and EPCA talks about site energy. So I would love to not talk about source.
Fair response, Shell. I'll move on from that. But those are the two things that I would like to talk about today. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I have Shane was next up. Shane, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. But I think I might be jumping back a little bit. And it's a long time ago, but that conversation regarding, that when you're not providing, maybe a portion of the building is using heat pumps, the other portion is using fossil fuels, and how, what type of flexibility might be nice, and whether or not it's there. And I have a suggestion that might work for that. If you go to the 406-131. And so with this equation on how many credits is necessary, I think this might work if A was those baseline credits multiplied by the ratio of fossil fuel capacity over total capacity in the building. And then the other things, I think these two things need to be changed anyways, but B and C would be the installed fossil fuel capacity, when you're looking at how that's applied into the equation. So I think that change to B and C, I think, is actually necessary regardless, based on what the equation is trying to do. But if you make that change to A, I believe then the number of credits that would be required would be representative on the actual amount of fossil fuel versus total capacity in the building. And then I don't know if that would actually address what people were hoping that you could be able to do.
I'm trying to understand. So right now the CR equals basically the baseline credits minus the baseline times the fraction of space heating capacity to comply with its exceptions divided by the total. So if your exceptions are 50% of your capacity, basically you need half the number of additional credits. That's the way it works currently. I guess
but yeah, so
what you're suggesting.
Well, yeah, so I just based on the equation, the people that wrote this can jump in, but it's about the exceptions for fossil fuel capacity, right? That is allowed in section 40314. So if you're looking at that to create that ratio, then C should be also the fossil fuel heating capacity, so that you're not looking at, okay, well, the example was commercial kitchen, the makeup air. Like if that's all you did in the building, and so that was, you had your BT there, but the whole rest of the building is all heat pumps. So you have this mass capacity.
So Shane, just cut in for a second. If that complies with the exception, then you could take the heat pump pathway, and you don't even have to use this fossil fuel pathway.
Well,
because it's
I would agree with that, but that's not necessarily the way the proposal's written up. It's because it's saying the second you have the fossil fuels, then you go down the other path. I would agree with you from an application standpoint that, a reasonable interpretation, you'd say, well, that's exempt on the heat pump, so you can stay in the heat pump path. But just going back to the beginning, it's not that's there. So, but I mean, if you're concerned about that condition, let's say you have that fossil fuel portion that is exempt, but you are providing space heating in a very small capacity that's not exempt, and the rest of the building is all heat pump. That ratio is a very, very small percentage, and it's not going to be representative of the fact that, in all reality, the percentage of fossil fuel capacity that's exempt versus what's not exempt which is really the intent of that equation, isn't going to be fairly applied. It's going to be adversely impacted by the extent of heat pump capacity that's provided in the building.
Shane, could you write down what you want, what you think the equation should be? Because I want to see it written down kind of to understand it. If you could write that down and then send out an email to Krista, then she could bring it up.
Okay, I'll do that.
In like 15 minutes or half an hour or whenever.
All right.
Then I think we'd all have something to look at. I think it's really helpful for us to have actual code language or something that's really close to code language in front of us, so we can understand what we're agree on, at least what we're looking at.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
Cool. All right. Greg Johnson, I have you up next.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with the classifying supplemental heat as in mixed use, and kind of going back to a lot of Eric's comments. I mean, I think it would make it a lot cleaner if we were just able to make it 20 degrees below, things like that. Or when you have the defrost cycle, allow supplemental heat without any penalty. Especially since those comparisons that were shown on the good presentation, they were taking an average heat pump efficiency value, but at those low temperatures, they're not at an average value. They're actually at their worst performance possible. And so in that situation, when you're actually comparing the difference between the supplemental heat source and the heat pump, the gap is really like nothing. So I don't think we're going to, in fact, we can still hit our goals. You can still have all your calculations be the same, but if you just provide an allowance in there for supplemental heat, then we're not, we're addressing the issue, I think.
Okay. I think when we make motions, that would be a good, if you have code language, like where you'd put that in there, that is something you could certainly make a motion to add that into the code proposal, or that's up to you, of course. I have next as Gary.
Thanks, Chell. Johnny, could I ask you to put your prezo back up there? Go to that one slide where you're showing the graph and the gap.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Chell, I'm going to disappoint you because I am going to talk about source versus site, because this is a key and fundamental issue here. Just comparing on a site basis ignores absolutely all of the upstream losses, not just for electricity, also natural gas. And creating a normalization based upon site energy is just technically flawed in a lot of different ways. And just as an example, from Standard 105, the source energy factor for electricity in the Northwest power pool, in the Northwest grid, is about 2. What that means is you take that blue line, a blue graph or a blue bar on the left, and you double it for electricity. So you increase its height by twice. And you'd increase the height on the right graph, the fossil fuel graph, by about 10%. And what you'd end up with is 2 bar graphs that are pretty darn close to the same. That should be the true normalization between natural gas and electricity. And I realize I'm not going to change the majority of the tags mind on this. Probably not going to change the SBCC's mind on this. But if you wanted to truly have a normalization between natural gas and electricity, you would do it on a source energy basis. You would not do it on a site energy basis, because it's not a fair comparison, and it ignores all the losses upstream. Losses from taking the fuel out of the ground, transmission and distribution, generation, leakage, everything. And to ignore that is just irresponsible in my opinion. So that being said, if you could go, Johnny, to either any of the examples that you give, the different pathways that you give, and I won't go into excruciating detail. I keep on going down. No, this is fine. This is fine. So now go to one of those where you showed more of the renewable energy pathway there, just for the heck of it, because I did do just a little back of the napkin. I took a look at 100,000 square foot office building using the fossil fuel pathway, and saw if I could figure out how.
This is R2 right here. So maybe you should go to a B.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna, because I just did a real quick one on a B. Frankly, I'm not exactly sure if I had the exact number of credits. What I did was try to hit this 80% requirement with renewable energy. And my example, I came up with needing to add about 84 kW of solar panels on the roof at a cost of about $150,000. So the point I'm trying to make, though, is that I think that both the MVE and SBCC committees could benefit knowing what the added cost will be for these possible pathways for fossil fuel buildings. And I think without understanding the total cost of what that might be, it's not being fair and representative. It's not providing enough information for the SBCC and MVE to consider. So if nobody else on this tag does it, or RMI or PNNL does it, I will convene a group of our coalition partners, and we will generate some additional costs to present to both the MVE and SBCC, because I think it'll be incumbent on them to understand the requirements that they will be putting on buildings by adding anywhere from 100 to 200 plus additional credits for buildings using fossil fuels. So that's my request, that somebody provide those numbers, or we can. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. I mean, to be perfectly clear, this is one option within a code. There's C407 options, there's a prescriptive path and the fossil fuel path. So one is not required to choose the least cost path. One could choose the least cost path, or one could choose a higher cost path. And I think what we're tasked with doing is come up with an EPCA de-risked path, and EPCA does not require it to be the least cost path to use code minimum or EPCA minimum appliances. So I think data's always good to have. I don't know if anyone has a budget to come up with costs for this, but Gary, it sounds like you have some money to come up with cost estimates for this.
We'll figure out a way to come up. There'll be, our best estimate, which will obviously always be contested. But to ignore the first cost is, again, not the responsible thing to do, I don't think. I understand that the cost effectiveness does not figure in on EPCA in this particular case. But I think that the SBCC, being responsible to the constituents in the state of Washington, needs to be well aware of the burdens that they're going to put on building owners to comply. And again, it goes back to this whole normalization and this additional credits, and the fact that that normalization is technically flawed by looking only at site energy. So they are very much connected to this whole issue. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Gary. I had Hoyt up next, but you have your hand down now.
Well, the only thing I wanted to say, when you're writing the code language that you're writing, someone that has to enforce it, if you look back at C403.1.4 in your writing, you had a question and I just had a question. Yeah, I don't know if you could pull that back up. You have all. Let's see if you can pull that up. Yeah, so where was it down? Go to where CO 4.3.1.4. Yeah, here it says, dedicated services of all main buildings shall provide sufficient panel to support future conversion of all fossil fuel fire HVAC heating system. The problem is enforcing. How would you enforce that as a code? Could you just say future conversion of fossil fuel? Leave a little more ambitious, because when you use the word all as an enforcement side, I'm not really sure how I would meet that portion of the code efficiently. Maybe someone has better answer than that, Lisa or someone else, but it's a really minor change. It's just, since I have to do the enforcement on this stuff, when I see the word all, I'm like, well, how am I gonna find all the fossil fuel situation to make sure they get it correctly? That's it. Hopefully that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, hopefully that makes sense. It's that last sentence where he says support future conversion of all, because this is in the future that's going to be happening. I'm trying to figure out how I enforce that.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. I just have kind of a general comment, and it was from a past discussion. I apologize, bringing it back up. But with regards to what we look at and what we can change, with regards to what was approved originally under the CR 103, I would just caution the tag that we not look at this in too narrow of a lens. I completely understand the value of creating something that addresses EPCA that will be plug and play, so to speak. And I appreciate all of Dwayne's comments about, his approach. I agree, getting it all in one place it helps everyone. Those who try to comply with it and those who are trying to enforce it. So I completely agree with that. But, the details that Eric was bringing up, I think it is really important that once something is finally decided on, that we step back and look at the language now as a whole and make sure that we haven't inadvertently created some conflicts in the code. And so I don't know what the path is for that, Shell, but we deal with this all the time as trainers, because we have to get into the language with the fine-tooth comb to educate the industry. And we find these issues where things have been changed in the code, but the lens that was looked, they just didn't use a big enough lens. And now we've got some conflicts someplace else. And so, this is a comprehensive change. We're going about it the right way. It just seems important that when we are all done, that there be one last step back to make sure that we haven't created some unintended consequences in language that we didn't address.
Definitely. That's a good point. The CR 102 process might be a good time to take that step back, because it'll probably be my guess is it would be several weeks at the minimum. Stan's going to get back to us on how long it would be. Yeah, we definitely don't want to have unintended consequences. And okay. I see no more hands up. We have discussed this one. I think we've had a presentation by Johnny. We also have a presentation, or sorry, a proposal by Dwayne. It's also been 2 hours since we started. So what I'm going to suggest is we take a 5-minute bio break and come back and look at the Dwayne proposal, and then look at amending motions previously passed to include revisions from the proposals that were revised by the proponents. So let's take a 5-minute break. I will see you at 10:30. All right, welcome back. And on like what I said before, Stoyan is ready to talk schedule briefly. So Stoyan, you have the floor to talk schedule really briefly. If you are.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you want to talk schedule based on the questions asked earlier?
Yes. Can I share my screen?
Sure.
Do you see this crazy chart? Okay, so this is what we're dealing with. So if we have if we have recommendations by the technical advisory groups and the MVE committee, and the council has everything that is needed to have a discussion and vote on these proposals on September 15th, then the council will direct staff to file the CR 102. So after we file the CR 102, we need to file the CR 102 with the code revisor's office. The CR 102 with all proposals will be published in the state register. And then there was a question about the comment period, and I wasn't sure about the 34 days date, but this is the requirement for the comment period between 34 and 222 days. I told you that for triennial code adoption cycle, adopting the new model codes, we try to keep about 2 months comment period. For off-cycle rules, it's much shorter, but here is the minimum 20 days before the agency hearing. So when I get to the calendar, if we have the council, and this is the best case scenario, okay? And I will talk a little bit about the worst case scenario. Well, I don't know when is the worst case, but I can add a little bit more information. So we will have the council meeting on September 15th, and 5 days is not enough time to file this type of documents, but we'll do our best. Let's say we file by September 12 o'clock on September 20th. Okay, and this is the first available date for public hearing, October 24th. Okay, so we can do it on October 24th, we can do it October 25th, anytime before October 29th. After the public hearing, we need, again, this is the best case scenario, right? After the public hearing, we will need a special council meeting that will be have work session and have debate and potentially adoption of the proposed language. And then staff needs to file the CR 103. Okay. In order to comply with the effective date, current effective date, October 29th, we will need a special meeting before October 29th. But the caveat here is that if the council directs staff to file the CR 103, the code becomes effective 31 days after filing. Okay, so we won't be able to meet the October 29 effective date. The only option we have for meeting October 29 effective date is if the council agrees on the language and decides to adopt it with as emergency rule. It will be effective on October 29, and staff will have time to prepare the documents and file the CR 103. This is the very basic information and the summary I can provide. So I know the question will be, do we have enough time? Well, it's possible to, again, comply with this October 29 date, but will be difficult. If we are not able to file by September 20, this is the next day, October 4th. In this case, this is the first day available date for a public hearing. The code can be adopted at the November meeting. In November, I can't remember the exact date, but we are outside of the October 29 effective date. So I don't know if I was clear enough or not, but I had a little time to prepare.
Thank you, Stoyan. That was very helpful. I think that gets to the schedule challenges that we'll have. All right, Dwayne, you are up.
Can I say one thing before Dwayne starts?
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Thank you. I gotta jump in about 30 minutes and I'll be gone for an hour, which I think is fine. But if I'm gone and you know, folks are trying to figure out what action, you know, one action could be to there's some good discussions about, like, you know, whether or not we include extra circuits and things like that, and that makes sense. Like, you know, that I think that's something the council should, you know, vote on and decide. And but for the issues that need to be worked out around, like, you know, the square footage versus the capacity and things that might require like finessing the code language a little bit. One action that TAG could do is, like, for folks who are like very interested in that and want to make sure that language is good, is you could vote forward a proposal to the MVE and include a working group to like find out the final details of the you know, give it a very narrow, like, figure out the details of the weighted average of the square footage and figure out the details of, you know, XXX, whatever you want. Just give it a very narrow kind of like scope for that working group to bring to the MVE committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Patrick, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I have a question for Stoyan.
Oh, sure.
That my clients are asking. Since it ends up a CR 103 filing, does that have to sit through the legislature again?
I'm not an attorney, so I can't. I have my opinion, but I don't want to get into legal questions. So, in my opinion, it doesn't. But again, I'm not an attorney. So we will have. I think it's important to add. So we will have our attorneys attending the MVE committee. So they will provide some information. I don't know if in executive session or an open meeting. I'm not sure about that yet, but they will provide some information related to the process, and they are currently evaluating each proposal that was passed by the TAG for the residential energy code, and they'll do the same thing with the commercial energy code. So all these legal questions, I'll try to avoid answering.
So my response to them is, we don't know.
Was it a question for me or?
Yeah, I mean, I asked if the CR 103 has to sit through the legislature like they typically always do. And I realize this is a little unorthodox process.
No, it's
than
not
a normal cycle, but it's still a CR 103 and they still have to sit through the legislature.
As far as I know, in the past, you know that I've been here for 2.5 years, and based on my research, how the council has done it in the past, sitting through legislature was applied to the triennial code adoption cycle when new model codes were adopted, but the off-cycle and emergency rules never sit through the legislature. So again, this is just information, and I'm not sharing an opinion.
That's my experience as well, is that we have adopted off-cycle rules that did not sit through a legislative cycle, but I'm not a lawyer either. Andrea.
Yeah, hi, Andrea from BIW. I just had a quick question about the filings. Can you kind of elaborate, Stoyan, why CR 105 for expedited rulemaking was filed instead of what is typically filed, which would be a 101?
What do you mean?
I just noticed that oh, go ahead.
We filed CR 101 for this off-cycle rule.
Oh, Andrea, are you talking about when the council delayed the energy code implementation date?
Yes. I noticed that expedited rulemaking filings were submitted to the code revisor's office rather than what we would typically see. And I was just kind of curious why the 105 would be filed rather than, a 101. Just wanted to get clarification on that.
Let me clarify one more time. Are you asking for the filing when we changed the effective dates from July 1st to October 29th?
Correct. And the process that then would follow, because there was two things that happened. One was like the emergency rule that delayed it 120 days, which would be the October 29th. And then the other would be to move into the, typical permanent rulemaking process that y'all follow. And there's a very distinct difference between the 105 and the 101. The 105 being that it doesn't actually have to sit through the comment period. It doesn't have to do a cost benefit analysis. And so I was just curious why the difference for the filings, if that makes sense. So why was a 105 filed rather than a 101?
We never filed 105 for the effective dates. What we did with the effective dates has nothing to do with what we are doing now. So you're mixing up two different filings. And I'm trying to...
No, I'm not sure that I am, because they instructed and directed the staff to first file the emergency rule, which instead of being filed as an emergency rule was an expedited rule. And so I guess I'm just wondering what the reasoning was for filing a 105 instead of a 101, where you should have filed a 101 to start the rulemaking process over again for the energy codes.
I will say it again. We did file CR 101 for this off-cycle rule related to energy codes. And we did not file CR 105 for the effective date. We filed a modified CR 103P to change the effective dates. So I'm confused, or you're mixing up two processes. We never filed CR 105. CR 105 is expedite rule. We are using CR 105 to correct for editorial corrections. So
okay, what are the editorial corrections then that you're trying to fix?
I'm sorry?
What are the editorial corrections then that you're trying to fix? Because I guess what I'm looking at on the code revisor's office and in the state register is not making any sense, considering what was filed to fix some of these things for EPCA compliance appears to not have the same process that must be filed.
Krista, is it you trying to find it?
These are the energy code filings. We've got CR 103, CR 103, CR 101, a CR 103.
So Andrea, I'm not sure. Again, I guess we're not on the same page, but.
Andrea, I'd encourage you to reach out via email to Staron and
I guess, okay, so hold on one second, because what is the correcting errors and omissions for right here for the expedite? Can you open that?
That is for the building code.
Okay. And what are the changes there that we're fixing?
This is the changes that are being effective date, metric measurements, missing language, bad references, misspellings.
Okay, this is the commercial energy code tag, not the building code tag. We have time. We have lots of people on the phone. I would encourage us not to chase the building code changes.
Yeah, same. I'll just follow up with everybody via email after this. I think that's probably a better mechanism to do this. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks, Andrea. Dwayne, you have the floor. Talk about your proposal.
Thanks. And this could be much shorter because technically this is very similar to Johnny's proposal. Johnny, speak up if I'm saying anything inaccurate. But rather than putting this all in one spot, it's distributed through several places this is in one spot. Johnny's version of it is distributed in several places around the code. In response to Lisa's concern expressed just before we took the break, this, we always welcome more people looking into it and trying to break the code to see what weaknesses there are and get them fixed. I would say that you'll see a lot of differences between this proposal as it reads now and the one we had a couple months ago, basically because of all the people in the working group and others who got involved. They kept locating and challenging certain aspects of it, and we made fixes to clarify things or change things or get rid of irrelevant things. So it actually got a little shorter, a little easier to read, and more direct. As I mentioned before, anybody who wants to use this compliance path in this version of it, you get to see it all. I think it'd print out in a page and a half, plus the additional R406 table. And those who don't want to deal with it, nothing is messed up in the elsewhere in the code, or which added a certain amount of complexity back in the rest of the code for the people who want to continue to use the heat pump compliance paths. And if the time comes when we want to take this back out of the code for any reason or replace it with something else, it's an easy package to pull out and replace. With that, I think we could just take questions, or Johnny, do you have any follow-up before we lose you?
Specific on your proposal? No. I think it's thank you for leading the way, Dwayne. I think a lot of the elements you have in this original proposal and what you've done here are things that I had missed when I was thinking about the prescriptive pathway, and you you really figured out a lot of stuff. Thank you for doing that.
Johnny, can you think of anything that's technically important that's different?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think there's a few editorial corrections that people had made here and there, which we could copy over during either public comment or before the SBCC. Instead of saying heating, it says space heating or something like that, and I think I pretty much captured all the other components as you made your edits into my proposal. Not sure, did you capture Doug's suggestion on doing that kind of weighted balance between the two tables based on the capacity of the system? The thing that we kind of just discussed at length about whether we need that if we're doing the discrete area method too. Did you have that included in your version?
I do not, and yet I think that would be made by reference to an existing section, right?
No, it's a proposed section that I added. It's if we decide that we don't need to do the weighted balance between the two tables, if you're going to be picking a space heating device and it's based on the total capacity, and if everybody just decides that the discrete area portion is substantial enough to be able to kind of figure out those specific situations, and if that's the direction that's given, then we don't need that portion of the code that I drafted, and in which case I think your proposal and my proposal are the same.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have just a few questions for both of you, which is, so the additional credits required are the same. I know the underlying modeling is the same. The additional credits required, that the basic stringency between the two proposals, you both believe is basically the same, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Exactly the same.
Yep. Okay. And then the balancing, the equation here that we see on the bottom of the screen is the same equation as well, right?
Right.
Okay. I guess that's, so the main difference is where the code sections are located within the code. Is that the main difference then?
Right. Yep. What is going to make life easiest for people who want to use this path, and for people who don't?
Okay. So before we had 36 option 1, 36 option 2, and 37, which were 3 kind of different pathways through the code. And now this is basically the same pathway. It's just just where the code bits are located.
I should point out that my proposal from the very beginning has been prescriptive path only.
Yep.
And we still need to include Johnny's, I think, original proposal for the, or whatever the updated proposal is for the performance path, so that, you know, we have a workaround for each path.
Okay. All right, well, let's go to comments. Kevin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Hi, Dwayne. I had a question. There's the document with a lot of numbers and acronyms in it, but it's dated the 23rd of this month, and it's the efficiency measure credits. So the table C406.2FF.
Mm-hmm.
There's a comment at the beginning that says these are the table values multiplied by 1.1, and I was wondering where that 10% adjustment came from, or more to the point, has that table been superseded by tables from the 28th?
No, I think, thanks for asking the question, Kevin. I think they're the same now. And the 1.1 means that if you're taking this fossil fuel path, the credits that are related to heating, which includes envelope and the actual heating stuff and water heating, you get more credit for doing those in the fossil fuel path than you did in the existing heat pump path, by a little bit. So you're getting a boost. That makes it easier to achieve the number of credits that you have to get there.
That makes sense. I was just wondering where the 10% in particular came from.
Well, actually, it was the original factor that was given me was 1.07 as opposed to 0.97 for the electric ones, and we said, okay, easiest to round to the closest number, but it's a 0.1 difference, and this came from the modelers that were working on my half of the equation, working out, you know, just the intricacies of how efficiencies are going to have a different impact depending on which system you're using.
Gotcha. So that sounds like that's related to the ratios that were in the original proposal of 13 energy credits to 10 gas CO2.
That was that
elements.
original proposal was my non-engineer, non-modeler.
Gotcha. Okay.
Best guess. I wasn't that far off, but yeah,
true.
Came out to be that 10%.
Yeah, I think with using that 13 and 12 ratio, if you know what I'm saying, it was about 6% difference. So it's on par. Gotcha. Okay, and then just following up with Shane's question or comment earlier about value C, I was thinking of a building, let's say, that has one gas appliance. Let's just say a make-it-fair unit for the kitchen system that would comply with the exceptions. Let's say it's in Wenatchee. Then I would be using that capacity, so it complies with the exception. But let's just say it's 1% of the building heating load for simple math. The reduction in credit would be basically nothing. Even though I'm complying with code because I'm using a natural gas fired makeup air unit, I would still have to meet the full fossil fuel compliance path practically. That seems to indicate that C should be the total natural gas heating capacity.
No, you'd actually end up, the B over C is the important thing up in the equation there. and so
Oh, sorry, I'm reading it backwards.
1% met that thing, then yeah, you get a 1% credit. I'm more interested in an apartment building that currently has an exception that says you can have electric resistance up to 750 watts per room, or 1,000 watts for, and that's for this side of the mountains. Over the other side, it's more.
Sure.
And so you might end up with 80 or 90% of your heating meeting one of those exceptions, in which and so we're taking that out of the equation for you and saying, okay, you only have to pick up those 10 or 20%.
And I apologize, I'm getting mixed up on simple algebra here.
I'm only an
great.
architect, so this happens to me all the time.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. David, ready, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. So both Johnny's proposal and Dwayne, your proposal have a separate table for fossil when you're using fossil fuel path. Is that correct?
It's an additional table.
Right. It's an additional table that's used if you're using fossil fuel system to determine the number of credit, the value of the credits. But the credits in your table and the credits in Johnny's table, are they the same?
I think they're the same now. If not, they're really close.
Are you talking about 401.3.3 here, David?
I'm talking about
the one you see on the screen, or the big table that's got all the individual credits.
What I'm seeing on the not the value of the credit, the measures,
okay, that's the 406.2.
Yes.
Parentheses FF, the way I put it, for fossil fuel. I think those are the same now.
The only difference might be, and that's something that I kind of explained in an email to a few people last night. Wasn't sure how to treat for if you're a building that's doing a natural gas. If you're a building that's taking the natural gas pathway, what is the heat pump water heating measure doing exactly? Especially if you can blend the two tables together, or if you're taking, I put not available for the heat pump water heating measure if you're taking the fossil fuel pathway, because that's meant to be an electric heat pump water heater. There's also a separate gas heat pump water heater measure, which we need to calculate. So basically, if you're taking the fossil fuel pathway, I don't see why you would get an electric heat pump water heating measure. It just kind of seemed counterintuitive. So Dwayne might have credits there. I put not available because I don't, if somebody's taking that, they would do the heat pump pathway, not the fossil fuel pathway.
No, and it's an interesting thing, and I haven't had time to completely think through all the logic implications there, but there's certainly that one line that's worthy of talking about.
Yeah, the part that's not totally clear to me, and this also comes up in the calculation of the credits required, is how the provision that originally allowed for 50% of the capacity to be fossil fuel for service water heating systems to be fossil fuel or electric resistance, how that's accounted for and how you get credits, which pathway you use if you are indeed using a hybrid system, and the credits you get, if you adjust the capacity portion that is not heat pump. That you follow that.
Neil, are you on the call? Maybe?
I don't think Neil's on the call. I sent him the call-in information, but I just checked and I don't see him on the call.
I don't
think David, I know you and Neil have been corresponding a lot to iron some of these things out, and thank you for all that. I think we made a bunch of changes based on your comments, but I think you'd have to ask him, because I know it's been baked in there, but I don't remember how the formula works.
Yeah, I'm not saying my concern would prohibit me from voting which proposal I think is better here. It's just that I think it's all to say that it's not clear that that's been fully worked out or addressed or baked in, as has been said. It hasn't been demonstrated to me anyways in the information it provided. So anyways, I think that that's an area that needs additional review, and I think
David, did we lose you?
there's not a firm response of how to deal with that here.
Yeah, I wish I could answer that for you, but I would be stepping out of my lane a ways. So we'll have to address that actually to both modeling teams. I think because I know that they were discussing it between themselves and had something worked out for how this was accommodated.
But I think to demonstrate to other people that we're aware, you know, during development of this, I think the people involved have been aware of that situation and, you know, acknowledge that it needs to be accommodated somehow or built in. But
so maybe this needs to be added to maybe this needs to be added to their document that explains, because they have that longish document that explains all the logic here.
Yes.
I guess, Dwayne, if you don't fully have the question, David, you could send the more specific question to Dwayne, and he could send it on to the modelers and perhaps get a very clear answer on that.
Or preferably, David, send it to that whole working group so everybody sees it at the same time.
That sounds good. And we could bring that up at the MVE if there's a change based on that particular question.
And what another thing for the MVE would be whether to leave in or take out the current heat pump water heating credit.
Yep.
Johnny's making the point that it should be irrelevant if we're talking about a fossil fuel water heating system. So,
Shane, you're up next.
Oops. Yeah, I just since we're talking about this stuff, I did send over a draft for this equation. If it's appropriate to discuss it.
For a draft for a new equation?
For when I brought up earlier about how the equation could be modified to address the comments made for, you know, only a portion of the building being fossil fuel versus heat pump. So as well as my other concern about just specifying the fossil fuel for the couple of the variables. So
so do you want to walk us through?
Is it possible to expand that on the screen to make it a little larger font?
Zoom in.
Yeah.
You hit control and mouse wheel forward.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's even better.
So
okay,
it's
can you explain, Shane, the equations?
Yeah, so it's kind of hard because, you know, it's ends up putting an equation within letter A, but really what it's doing is this, that the equation currently, right, is about those exceptions and making sure that you don't get penalized for stuff that should be exempt on how many credits you have to provide. So that ratio really should just be looking at the ratio of exempt fossil fuel space heating over the total fossil fuel space heating, not the total space heating in general. So that's where I'm adding in the fossil fuel language under B and C. And then to address the idea of having the buildings provided by heat pump, the other portion of the building is fossil fuel heating. What you would do was take the letter A, and rather just being baseline credit, you would have the baseline credit times the ratio of your fossil fuel space heating over the full capacity of all types of space heating in the building. So if 25% is fossil fuel of capacity, I think the area thing is it think about weighted area, but you know, it wouldn't be square footage, it'd be capacity in my mind. You'd say say it's at 25%, then realistically you want to times the baseline credits by 25%. And then again, if you're trying to reduce for those exempted spaces, that would also be based on that 25% of the credit. So you have to take A and create that reduction within A so that it can be applied to both. Same thing down on the water heating side of things.
Well, I'm going to say that while I took lots of math in high school, this is pretty complicated, and because it's an equation within an equation, and I can't say that I understand it. And it's not that it's not explained well. It's just that I have to run options in my mind.
I think of other situations in the code where you do something like that. You almost have a separate equation first, and then you take that and you apply it to the other. I think of like the calculating allowable building area. It does that where you have to do separate equations first and bring it in. I was hoping there was a simpler way, and I thought maybe you take the whole thing and times it by the ratio, but the math doesn't work that way. It comes out with different answers. But yeah, again, so this is a suggestion. There might be a better way to make it easier to understand. But I think if you just do this, then it creates that flexibility. Now, if you don't change A and you just keep this for the purposes of reducing, for those exempted spaces, at the very least, you should be changing B and C, bring that fossil fuel language in there so that so it's getting applied correctly based on that.
So I'm having a hard time understanding it myself, but I very strongly disagree with the idea that B over C should just be comparing fossil fuel with fossil fuel, because I was creating a way that you can take out of the equation anything that already complied with an exception, and if that's 1% or if that's 80% of the credits, that you would be able to reduce it by that amount, and this does not do that.
But it all applies to the additional energy credits needed for fossil fuel space heating, right? So I guess that's where when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, so this is specifically for that. This is specifically for that. I can't help but call it like punishment, but the additional credits needed. So if those spaces are exempt, that's the part you're trying to take out. Like, it's not, those BTUs aren't applicable for the purposes of needing the additional credits. So if it's all focused on fossil fuel, then both, whether it's the exempt stuff or the total stuff, it should all be talking about fossil fuel.
Well,
otherwise, I think that someone else brought up that concern about, you have a massive amount of BTUs for heat pump that's in that building. You apply this equation, and it's really not reducing squat, even though in all reality, you're barely actually providing hardly anything for fossil fuel capacity.
So there is, like, total capacity of all space heating appliances is part of A. It's at the end of A, but I just would need some examples to understand how that fits into the rest of the equation as far as is what it means for the couple of prototype buildings we've talked about, warehouse with office, or multifamily with restaurant. And I'm just guessing, Shane, that most people in the tag won't understand this in the next hour, even if it's the most brilliant idea ever. So I guess I would.
Which is fine. Predominantly, I wanted to put it out there for thought.
So what I would guess is that this would be a good one for the MVE to possibly consider if there's a couple examples of like what this would mean, napkin kind of calculations, but or maybe some time to reflect on it, because I I just don't think I think if we tried to replace this with what's in Dwayne or Johnny's proposal, we just wouldn't understand. We wouldn't understand it in the next hour or two. So, but I don't think it's a bad idea, or I don't understand it enough to know whether it's a great idea or not. So I guess that's my thought on this. We could discuss it at length, but I think some examples would be really, really important.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think, Shane, to your point, a lot of people have suggested something that modifies the equation, and you're the first person that's actually put your words on paper, which is really important for a tag to consider. So I appreciate that you took the first stab at it, and I hope. Well, I guess we can do whatever with it what we want, but I'd recommend that we don't spend a long time discussing it today, and that we in fact take it up maybe at the MBE or something like that. Greg, you're up next. Greg Dunson.
Yeah, so this applies both to Dwayne, yours, and Johnny, which I think Johnny dropped off, so I'm sad that he doesn't get to hear this. But I was looking specifically on the heat pump pathways. I have a suggestion that I think would clean it up. So
this equation on the screen right now, or something else?
No, something else. So
okay, so why don't we go back to the there we go.
Yeah, so the heat pump pathways. So on the heat pump pathways,
so not this. You're not talking about this that's on the screen. We're talking about what's in the code now.
Yeah, well, on your
this is the fossil fuel pathway.
Yes, you're showing the fossil fuel. I'm looking at the heat pump pathway within this proposal. So I think it was number 2 on here.
Is it on the proposal that is in front of us, Greg, or is it not on the proposal in front of us?
Let's see. Let me. Well, I was searching both Johnny and Dwayne's at the same time.
Okay, I see this. I see it. It's on the screen in front of us, I believe.
Yeah.
Back to Johnny's proposal.
And the heat pump heating pathway, what he's called it there, is currently unchanged from what's in the current code.
Yep.
Which is before you go ahead, that was our instruction from the council to leave that alone, right?
It wasn't explicitly to leave it alone, but we were supposed to come up with EPCA compliance, not modify, an EPCA adjacent thing. So yeah, we're not supposed to go far and beyond the EPCA related things. So let's hear what you have to say, Greg.
Okay, so
but it maybe beyond what our task is.
Well, so the suggestion, which as I go through, is everywhere we say electric resistive or resistive in both Johnny and Dwayne's, what if we started replacing that verbiage with non-heat pump technology? And the reason for that suggestion is non-heat pump technology is more inclusive. And so you can't be called out as being as you're focused on one specific technology versus another and you're excluding it. So that way, anywhere it says you can't use electric resistive, we're basically saying you can't use non-heat pump. Anywhere it says, oh yeah, heat pump technology has a problem that doesn't quite meet the needs, so you need some sort of electric resistive, we're saying, well, you can use a non-heat pump technology, which would be all inclusive, which would include your natural gas. It'd also include electric resistive. So kind of just, a verbiage tweak from heat pump to non-heat pump. And I believe that actually will keep us away from any EPCA problems because throughout both of these proposals, anywhere they say, well, you can use for low heating capacities or small spaces or anything, you can use electric resistive, but you can't use heat pump. Or you can't use natural gas, or you can't use, or for supplemental heat, you can use electric resistive, but you can't use natural gas, I think that's going to run afoul of EPCA. So, you know, I mean, my suggestion is, and it's not quite as simple as a find and replace because we're not completely consistent throughout the code where we use that terminology, but it's pretty close to.
So, Greg, just to be totally clear, what if we are creating a separate fossil fuel pathway that it seems very reasonable that we would not need to modify the other pathway if the fossil fuel pathway is EPCA compliant. Would you agree with that?
No, because if you're providing exceptions to the non-fossil fuel pathway saying, well, you don't have to use a heat pump here, or you don't have to use a heat pump there, you're basically violating. So, I mean, if you're going to do that, then you'd basically have to say there's no exceptions to the heat pump pathway. So anytime you do a carve out an exception, but your exception is exclusive, then that doesn't really, and really what we're talking about is we're talking about the minor situations. We're not talking about, I mean, we're all looking at the primary source is going to be heat pump for the heat pump pathways. Most of your minor sources where people don't want to use the heat pump is when they need supplemental heat, or let's say they have or you have a small space that it meets some exception. But if you're going to offer an exception, my argument is that if you offer an exception exclusive to electric resistive, then you're running afoul.
I guess if so, EPCA requires. I mean, I don't think I'm going too far on a limb here, but EPCA requires one compliance path to allow minimum appliances. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So if we are creating this fossil fuel pathway, which is the stuff we passed last time and the stuff we're considering today, if we allow that, then that would be the one pathway that allows EPCA compliant minimum stuff. And then that means, based on what you just agreed on, that we don't need to modify anything beyond that. And I guess it seems like a not a logical leap to say that. I guess I'm wondering why you think we would need to modify something if we have a EPCA compliant path. We don't need to modify anything else. I don't see why you're what's going on with your logic there.
Well, your argument about the natural gas pathway, that's not what most building owners want and most builders want. Most builders want to use like a hybrid system. And so if they're using heat pumps is something that they're going to probably use for the primary use. And the biggest opportunity for where people want the gas is where supplemental backup, or they're doing basically all heat pump, but then they just need a little bit of gas for so basically anytime you provide a carve out saying, well, you don't have to use, you can follow the non-fossil fuel, the non-natural gas, the heat pump pathway, but then you have a carve out saying any place you have a carve out is really, those are the same locations people want the fossil fuels, those carve outs. And so my argument is you can't have your cake and eat it too. You either don't do the carve outs, or if you recognize that you need to do the carve outs, then you shouldn't be trying to take the one thing away that people really want for that carve out.
Okay. If we have a fossil fuel compliant EPCA pathway, I guess I keep saying the same thing over, because if you agree that we don't need, or that the fossil fuel pathways that we're discussing here comply with EPCA, and the Building Code Council told us to de-risk EPCA, then the rest of the code is not at risk because we have an EPCA compliant pathway. And I guess I want to keep on focus here. And I'm I want to keep on focus here. And if our task from the Building Code Council is to de-risk EPCA, and we have an EPCA compliant pathway, we explicitly do not need to change anything else. And so I'm not sure you want to change the base code. If we have this fossil fuel pathway, we don't need to change the base code. So I haven't heard anything you said that makes me think that we do need to change it to help comply with EPCA, which is our council mandate.
If you provide a pathway, but you make it incredibly costly and difficult, and then you're basically indirectly prohibiting it. And then, I mean, I view it as anywhere you're allowing electric resistive, if you say that electric resistive is exclusive, there is no option for any other technology but electric resistive, then you're basically in opposition of EPCA. Because you're saying, oh yeah, you can still do a fossil fuel, but your choice is not a hybrid system. Your choice is all fossil fuel or all electric. I mean, that's pretty much, you're not giving any middle ground for the hybrid. I mean, we looked at the boilers that Eric keeps bringing up, and huge issue where, I mean, you're talking about providing all these big giant electric boilers, and what people really want is they want the natural gas supplemental.
I don't know that people want that. I don't. You keep saying people want that. Some people want that. Some people don't want it. I'm trying to keep us on task here, Greg. Was there a proposal submitted that has that language in it, or an idea with that language?
I'm suggesting a modification to the proposals that we have currently submitted.
And was that submitted as part of a proposal?
Well, we're looking at the changes in these proposals. I mean, we've been talking about supplemental and all that type of stuff quite a bit.
Was it submitted as part of a proposal, Greg?
Well, I guess I don't understand what you're asking, because I mean, we have lots of proposals that were submitted that included supplemental heat, and these proposals talk through all these stuff. So that's what I see that we've talked through that quite a bit.
Yes, and I'm trying to honestly remember, did we have a proposal that basically struck electric resistance and put it with electric resistance or fossil fuel? And I vaguely recall that we did discuss that, but it may have been
the terminology we used at the time was electric resistive or fossil fuel, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly. But
do you remember that proposal number?
I have to do searching, but I believe that was the suggestion. My suggestion is just using the words non-heat pump for cleaner.
Okay, why don't we find that proposal number, and then motions can be made to include that.
We can do this right now. I could put a motion to include fossil fuel supplemental backup language into this proposal. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I want to clarify the motion. If we have a proposal to do it, I would like to, I don't know, at least reference that proposal, because that's it. And then obviously, in order to vote on this, we need to understand what the exact language.
Yep, easy. Every place it says supplemental heating sources or electric resistance, it would be changed to electric resistance and fossil fuel heating.
Do you mean or by chance, Eric?
Or, yeah.
And
so
in section,
it could be, let's put it in sections 4, 6, 7. We're just getting Much more direct with the language.
4, 6, and 7 is what you're saying.
Yep.
So can I interject? Because I think this motion was made, like there were other people with their hands up, ready, asking to speak before the motion was made. I mean, can I remind everybody that we have a modeling path to account for these exceptions that we're talking about, right? Is there any reason those couldn't be used to address the supplemental heat issue?
To force someone to go through the modeling path merely because you want supplemental heat or all the carve outs, that's just ridiculous in my opinion.
Yeah, David, it's
you're talking about. I mean, if you're installing a very large electric boiler for a large commercial office building, isn't there oftentimes already modeling being done for other?
Most of the projects that I'm associated with, David, and this is, I'm not going to say most, I'm just going to say more than 50% have been using a prescriptive method to go through the building code.
They have for potentially other reasons, but now with these changes, right? The fact that if you want to use supplemental, it is a possible path, right?
Yes, to answer your question, yeah, you could use the 407 method, right? But, you know, for example, City of Seattle will probably take this code and modify it. Dwayne's going to take this, right? So having the language that is applicable across the state, I think, is important for all avenues, for all pathways, right? Prescriptive or total building performance, both for the Washington State Energy Code and for any other jurisdiction that will eventually adopt or use language from this Washington State Energy Code. So getting it right this time, I think, is important for every jurisdiction in the state.
I think the way I think of the prescriptive path is it's very difficult to cover all possible cases that a design engineer will come up with, right? And that's why there is a performance path in place or available. And I guess that's the trouble with trying to make these edits and changes, is that they're very challenging to address fair in a kind of without giving away the farm, so to speak, on the intent of what the original code was. So that's the challenge with making these modifications and not just using the performance path in those cases.
Okay, we have a motion and it's, I guess, somewhat clear that we modify proposal 037 Johnny to include language that every time we have supplemental, that we also include fossil fuel in 4, 6, and 7. So I guess when I see that, I see we already say supplemental heating sources in 5.
Hey, while you're doing this, I just want to say, based on my experience in code writing, this should be something corrected and then sent out for people to review personally, for the amount of changes you're making on this proposal here, when you're doing it on the fly like this. So that's just my, I just wouldn't accept it at the end.
Yep.
I would give some people time to digest it and do some research.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll have chance at the MVE, at the council, and then in the public comment to review any language that's in here. Okay, we have a motion to modify this proposal.
I'm not, Michelle, I'm not even sure if that if we have the cart before the horse here, because
Yeah.
as far as I know, there hasn't been a motion
Yeah.
on the main proposal yet, and this is a modification to the proposal.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't modify a proposal unless you have a motion to approve or deny approve the proposal. So, I guess let's put that motion in our back pocket, and I guess we would need a motion to pass one or two of these, and then there'd be an amendatory motion to change that. That would be in order. The other thing is that we passed 3 proposal last time, 036 option 1, 036 option 2, and 037 that are now modified. So we would need a motion to amend a previously passed motion to replace perhaps 036 1 and 2 with 037 Johnny. And that would be a motion. And then alongside that, one could make a motion to modify that proposal if we wanted to. Another one would be to potentially replace 037 that we passed last time with the new 037 Dwayne. That could be a motion that would be in order as well.
Wait, don't we, point of order, don't we have, I mean, we already have 037 that was passed last time. So any motion could be a motion to modify the already passed thing. So we don't need to have another proposal to accept these changes. We can make these.
We could, Greg, but since we have revised language and numbers in 037 Dwayne, the newer version, I think it would be largely a waste of time if we modify the old one and then potentially voted on the new one. Do you agree?
No, I think we could take up the issues separately if individually as needed.
No, but I mean, so right now the past motion is 037. The old version, if we modify the old version and then we take up the new version, that will have nothing to do with the old version. Then we'll scrap the old version probably, which would scrap the motion that was just made because that was about the old one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's one way.
So I think that would not be a good use of our time together. We have lots of people on the phone and we're all giving up our summers to do this. So I would rather have a motion on something and then modify that motion with the motion that's, so I guess I'm going to find the motion that was made out of order, or no, I guess it's not out of order. It could be true based on the old 37, but I think it would be a waste of time if we apply that motion because it is on a proposal that we're likely to replace with this new proposal. Would the maker of the motion like to rescind it and then add it into the new 37 if we take that one up? Because what we see on our screen, it's confusing because what we see on our screen is the new version.
Yeah, it's the newest version, right?
Okay. Yeah, and I guess Eric, we don't have a motion to pass.
I get the whole. I understand the whole.
So you could amend your motion to pass this with that modification, and then that would be.
I see where you're going with this, Shell. So what you're saying is if we put a motion on the table to pass Dwayne's proposal with the amended language, is that sufficient?
That would be more time efficient. Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to amend your motion to do that?
It's so tough because, yeah, I'm just going to say yes to that. I'll amend my motion that in regards to when we vote on Dwayne's proposal.
This is include.
Okay. Sorry, Johnny's proposal. That we include the amended language in sections 4, 6, and 7.
Can we just pick which one we want to move forward with before we vote on amendments?
That's where that's where I gel because personally I think Johnny, I have a personal opinion related to I think Johnny's proposal is great.
And if you could be a little more exact on how exactly you want to amend item 6, that would be helpful.
Yeah, Eric, I would hope you could.
I'll rescind the motion is what you're asking. Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
rescind the motion, and then with the understanding that we will have additional language to 4, 6, and 7. Lisa, I think it was Lisa who said that, and I'll look at 5 also.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So does the second also agree with rescinding the motion?
I agree with that.
Okay, great. So I think the probably the most best use of our time right now would be to choose between 37 Dwayne and 37 Johnny, or we could pass both of them if we wanted. And then assumed in that is that a motion would have that amend the prior adopted motion last time, which was to adopt 036 option 1, 036 option 2, and 037. So ideally a motion would amend the motions we adopted last time to use language from either or both 037 Dwayne and 037 Johnny. That would probably be a good motion to make, whether it's either or both.
But before we go there, maybe David or Lisa, who's been waiting patiently, has something to say.
Well, I was hoping to make that motion to advance Johnny's version of this revision to for further consideration by the tag.
Okay.
Didn't get the parts that you mentioned about amending previous proposals, but if those are needed, that's fine.
Okay. David, you have the floor, and you made did you make a motion?
Yeah, a motion to advance Johnny's proposal here for further consideration by the tag.
Okay.
Second, right? So that's what we want, because I agree 100% with that, right? That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. And this, yeah, I think maybe let's pass one and then let's take a motion to not pass 036, the prior versions of 036. Or I guess, okay. So David, I would advise your motion be to amend the motion we passed last time to replace 036 option 1 and option 2 with 037 Johnny.
Yes, the motion is to amend the previous motion into and accept this one. I think I got that right.
Okay, that sounds good. And then we have a second from Eric on this. Does everybody kind of generally understand the motion? Okay, and all right, and then we have a second for it.
Second.
Yep. Okay, so I guess David, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I appreciate Dwayne's efforts, and it's been really good to see Johnny and Dwayne working together to put these forward. But I just feel like Johnny's proposal is more easier to implement and follow in the code, and also has a little bit more flexibility in certain respects. So I just think that this is the proposal to consider for the tag to consider.
Thanks, David. Eric, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I agree 100% with just what David said. I think both did a fabulous job. Johnny's just gives a little bit more flexibility. It seems a little more straightforward with this motion and where we can move it forward to the MVE committee. I still think there's some work to Johnny's proposal on specific language, which we'll get to that. But overall, this proposal should be moved forward.
All right, thanks, David and Eric. Kevin, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. So I have a motion to amend the motion on the table, and we can only do one amendment and not stack another amendments on top of that amendment. Just making a note to my own self here. And that is to make the revisions that Eric Bedell was suggesting earlier. And I may be expanding on that when I say to replace the words electric resistance with electric resistance, or I believe the language du jour is fossil fuel heating, in all locations in the exceptions of C403.1.4, Part 2, in the exceptions of Part 2. And that would apply to many, if not most, of these exceptions, not limited to number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 10, and number 14, and number 16.
And Kevin, do you also want to include the electrical service one that we discussed too in your?
Sure, let's keep rolling. And I would move to strike the language. Where is it? The last sentence of C403.1.4, Part 1, dedicated circuits, etc.
Kevin, can I get a list of those sections in Part 2 and the exceptions that you want to change?
Yes, would you like me to email those to you or go through them verbally, or I could do either? Which would you prefer, Krista?
Just verbally is fine.
Okay. So exception 1, exception 2, exception 3, exception 4, exception 5, exception 6, exception 7, exception 10, and exception 14, and exception 15, and exception 16. Now, having said that, there's some language that could be more simple. It could be simplified in a few of those, but just to make the motion simple, I'll leave it as I said.
Are you intending then on those that have differences between climate zone 5 and climate zone 4 to just strike the references to the climate zones, or how are you intending to address that?
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to say or address. For the moment, we'll leave the climate zone designations as they are. I know it's a little bit of superfluous language, but just for simplicity's sake at the moment. Should it be modified in the future, it makes it easier. And that future might be in a couple minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, so we have an amendatory motion. we have a second for it. Kevin, you've spoken a bit. Do you have more to say on this?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, to speak to the motion. So I'll speak to the second part first because it's just in the linear fashion here. Just reiterating what I said earlier about I don't see how dedicated circuits have anything to do with epcolatability. I understand there's a desire to fix things in the code, but our task was very specific, and I'm sympathetic that there's a cost to those changes, but that could have made last year when we were talking about these changes. So, and then in terms of revisions to the exceptions, I'm following on to Greg's comment about, call it harmonization between the two paths, also as a harmonization between the residential and commercial codes. The residential code allows for essentially hybrid heating, that is heat pumps coupled with other energy sources for space and water heating in ways that the commercial does not, even in similar occupancies, that is residential living spaces. So I see this as an alignment of the two energy codes. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg.
I just think this addresses everything that we were talking about, so I should lower my hand.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Lisa, you're up.
Hi, thank you. So two things. In the spirit of not disrupting our current motion, I would like to request the opportunity to bring up another topic once we vote with regards to discrete area weighting. So just kind of, if you don't mind putting me in line, Shell, so I could bring that topic, I'd appreciate it. And then with regards to the proposed change to remove accommodations for future electric capacity, wherever that was up in the proposal, I do have a question about that. It was brought up earlier, or the question was brought up earlier is, how does that relate to EPCA? And my recommendation is that that particular detail in this proposal be addressed separately. It feels like it's kind of getting tossed in. You know, right now it's being proposed to be struck. It's its own topic in itself. And so it feels like that warrants its own discussion and evaluation compared to everything else that we're looking at here. So I guess that's a question to the person who proposed that change. Would it be more appropriate to pull that out separately versus including it with everything else? Because now we're all going to vote on this, and we're going to vote on the whole thing. And there's that one detail that could really sway some folks' opinion on how they vote.
Yep, it was chosen to make it the part of the same motion. So that's how we'll treat it.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Accept what?
Lisa's proposal to separate the two.
Okay, so why don't we talk about the one to add the electric resistance versus electric resistance versus or fossil fuel? Why don't we talk about that one first, since Chris has spent all the time to figure it out on the screen for us?
Definitely.
Why don't we consider that first? So then you're modifying your motion to not include the striking of the electric readiness.
Correct.
Okay. And
I'm fine with that too.
okay, cool. So now the motion on the table is just to modify basically as seen on the screen. Poppy, go ahead.
Actually, yeah, I had a question and a comment. The clarifying question is just what exactly the motion is. I had thought that it was a motion to approve this.
So Poppy, why don't I clarify? So the main motion is to approve Johnny's proposal and as an amendment to 036 option 1, option 2. That's the main motion. Immediately thereafter, an amendatory motion was made to that motion and now that amendatory motion is to strike electric resistance and put in electric resistance and or fossil fuels. So in Johnny's proposal, so there's a main motion and then there's an amendatory motion.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So we can vote on the amended piece separately from the whole.
Yep. It's an amendatory motion, so we're discussing.
Okay, right. So then my quick comment is just that I don't support this amendment, and I don't think that either of these changes are necessary, and I don't really support the rationale behind them. I understand how they could be beneficial in some ways, these changes, but I don't think they're really warranted. I think what looks like the dedicated circuits part is back and not deleted. I'm sorry, this is.
Yeah, so Poppy, the amendatory motion we're discussing right now is just adding fossil fuel to electric resistance in the exceptions under number 2 in front of us. Soon we will probably get a motion to strike dedicated circuits, but right now we're not discussing that.
Okay. Thanks. Well, I don't support either of those in case I don't have a chance to
Okay.
say something when that everyone comes up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Katie, you had your hand up. Is it down now? Okay, Dwayne.
Yeah, speaking against this motion, this is undoing decisions that this tag and the council made after many hours of discussion and debate 2 years ago, and furthermore is not applicable to the issue at hand, which was creating the new fossil fuel pathway. So this just allows fossil fuel into many instances for the heat pump heating pathway, which is something we've already. I know those people who've spoken in favor are not don't like it, but it's a decision we made, and I haven't heard any evidence suggesting anything new that we would cause us to go back on that.
Thanks, Dwayne. Let's vote. I don't see any more hands up. Let's vote on the amendatory motion.
Oh, sorry, I had a comment. I forgot to
go
raise
ahead.
my hand, if I may. Yeah, what this does is opens up a broader definition of the fossil fuel pathway, since there are formulas that allow for adjustments to the credits required. This is merely adding more opportunities to apply exceptions. So it doesn't really, as what Dwayne put it, allow fossil fuels into the heat pump path. I would argue that because the fossil fuel path says if you have fossil fuels of any kind, you have to use that fossil fuel path, which references back to these exceptions. And therefore, you would still have to have the higher compliance values. You would just have the more opportunity to apply those formulas in a broader variety of applications.
Thanks,
Thank
Kevin. All right, we'll do a roll call vote on this, and I'm going to restate the motion again. So the motion is to modify proposal 037 Johnny. It's not to pass 037 Johnny, it's to modify it by inserting fossil fuel next to electric resistance in the exceptions as seen on the screen over the last 15 minutes or so. That's the motion, is to amend 037 Johnny in that way. So let's do a roll call vote.
Oh. Hang on just a second. Okay, Mike Fowler,
No.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sarah Breedy,
Yes.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
Oh, I'm his
sorry,
alternate.
Kevin Dwell,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Vig,
No.
Alan Montpelier,
No.
Eric Olman, Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
motion fails 11-6.
Okay, motion fails 11-6. Since the motion was split, I'm gonna give the floor back to Kevin to make another motion.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. So I'd like to move to amend the motion on the table to strike the last sentence of part 1 of section C403.1.4, starting with the words dedicated circuits.
Okay, as seen on the screen, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Greg. We have a motion, we have a second. Kevin, do you want to speak? You've already spoken a bit, but if you want to speak more to the motion, go for it.
I think I've said what I need to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg, do you want to say a few words?
I think, I mean, there's lots of problems with doing that. I don't think it actually meets the intent. I mean, you can provide a dedicated circuit, but not have capacity in the main electrical service and still meet the code, and then you still couldn't upgrade the building. So as it's written, it doesn't actually meet the thing. So if we strike this, I mean, we could always come back and provide other language to improve this, but as it's stated, I don't think it even meets the intent.
Okay, thanks, Greg. And I appreciate your sound critiques of the language that you gave earlier. David, ready?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with Greg. I mean, can the motion be amended to include the language you had proposed earlier?
I'll let Kevin or Greg answer that.
I'd like the motion to stand and then follow up with a subsequent motion to that effect.
Okay, I would not support this edit without the amendment, the proposed alternate, but I don't know, either way. You want to go, it's fine.
Thanks, David. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I'm following along, I think, with the comments that Greg and David mentioned, where I'm not opposed to the idea and definitely see the value in the idea. It's just the current language is written, I don't think accomplishes what we're trying to do here. But I also would like to request of the tag that this topic be addressed as an independent topic where we can, put together this proposed language that tackles this a bit better. so that it, again, it doesn't weight down this individual proposal. So as it currently sits, I won't be able to support that language either.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Dwayne.
Thank you. I inserted this in my proposal and then was brought over to Johnny's as well. In that we're doing a tremendous disservice to building owners to not do this. It's relatively inexpensive to have the capacity built into the building when it's new. And our experience with trying to get buildings in Seattle converted is that can be tremendously expensive to have it upgraded after the fact, given the direction that Washington State is going towards eliminating fossil fuel use. It seems like a simple and effective way to protect people in future years from additional costs.
Thanks, Dwayne. Poppy.
Yeah, I agree with Dwayne, and I also agree with Lisa to the degree that there could be some additional discussion or fine tuning on this, but I don't agree with it being somehow separate because it is being directly triggered by the separation of this fossil fuel path and the need to do this to comply with EPCA. So I think it's directly triggered by that, and therefore it's very relevant and not something that is separate.
Thanks, Poppy. And Lisa, you have your hand up still.
Yeah, actually, I'll add to that. And this is actually, maybe it's a process question. So once we've completed the vote on this particular amendment, can any tag member then state, I would like to make a motion to adopt the adjusted language that I forget who proposed the changes. Maybe it was Greg.
Yes, that would be in order, Lisa. After this passes or doesn't pass, any tag member can make any motion that they want to amend any language. And just to be clear, I don't know that Greg actually provided specific language. I think he provided some ideas. Is that correct, Greg?
I did provide specific language. It was emailed to Johnny and me, emailed back and forth, and emailed it to Krista, and and then I think you were copied on it, but you're busy with this, so
yeah.
So Krista can pull it up after we're done. That was my intent. My intent was after we vote on Kevin's, then we pull up some additional language to vote on.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to just interject that I do agree with Poppy that it is an important part of the whole thing that we're trying to pass here. So I just want to get that out there that I do agree with that. I just think it needs to be as an individual piece, be addressed separately, but incorporated into this total language when it's all done.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Lisa. Thanks, everybody. I see no more hands up. I think that, so the motion on the table is to strike a sentence, which is a kind of an electric ready sentence, starting at dedicated circuits under C403.1.4, number 1. That is to strike that from the proposal. This is an amendatory motion. It is not support or rejection of the main motion, which is to pass 037, Johnny. It is just to strike one section from that. And then later we would vote on whether we pass the whole thing or not. Okay, let's vote.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Scott Henderson, are you there, Scott?
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sarah Brady,
Yes.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickinen, or sorry, Kevin Duell,
Yay.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
No.
Eric Olnod, Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
motion carries 9-8.
Okay, motion carries 9-8. Lisa, do you have? It sounded like you wanted to bring up a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to bring up, I understand it's not fully baked language, but the spirit of what Greg was putting together, which is to incorporate what we just struck from this section of the code, but to include the additional language that I 100% agree that, you know, focusing it around conduit routing and things like that, that is a big part of this. That is part of the added cost, and so it would be important to include those details. So I'd like to bring forward what he was proposing as a motion.
Would be worthwhile to bring that on the screen by chance, Krista?
That's what I'm looking for. I had
Okay,
it
thank
up
you.
and I lost it somehow.
Yep.
And if you want to, I can talk through after she brings it up on the screen. I can talk through the reasons why and the details throughout each one, or answer questions if that's helpful.
Okay, so this is also about energy credits.
So that was a suggestion, is instead of the stick or the carrot just saying offering the carrot, more of you get an energy credit for doing this, and then the following would be listing how.
This is not the language that I was referring to, I don't think.
You may have not referred to the energy credits, but I believe you're probably referring to the points 1 through 4, possibly.
Yeah, just providing detail that, about spare electrical branch, circuit conduits and that kind of thing. But no, my motion does not include energy credits associated with it.
Does your motion, Lisa, include items 1 through 4?
Let me read through this really quick.
Yeah.
As a non-electrical engineer, I have to put that out there. It does seem to address it a bit better. If there's an electrical engineer on the call, perhaps
Greg Johnson is our
resident.
Yeah, and I can, If you want me to run through what this entails, I'll briefly walk through it.
No,
So,
okay, I guess I'm
Yeah.
just gonna back up and say, yes, I thank you for clarifying that, and I forgot about that. Yeah, as long as this addresses, as an electrical engineer, design-wise, these are the things we have to take into consideration to make sure it's all incorporated correctly, great. But my motion did not include the extra, I guess we'll call it perk, about the extra energy credits.
Okay, so if, yeah, Chris is copying those 4 bullets or 4 points into that, then we can look at it. And Greg, you can go ahead because you probably already know what's in it.
yeah, and I'll just speak to, I mean, well, I'll give the preference that I prefer to give a the carrot, you know, I mean, give a credit for doing this as opposed to forcing it. But with that aside, just speaking through how to do, I mean, I'm speaking more how to and the importance of how you would design something to be future proof. Working backwards on point number, the last bullet. So the utility transformer, and it's not just a utility transformer. Sometimes it's other utility equipment, like they have secondary enclosures, like if you have too many conductors going in. So the main thing is usually all that equipment is required by most utilities to be located on the physical parcel that's serving. And so all they have to do is provide space for it. They don't have to install it. That's actually outside their jurisdiction. Utilities are the ones who are solely responsible for selecting and sizing it. And they don't, the utilities actually have free reign. The National Electric Safety Code is what utilities follows, which is different, gives them free reign to kind of size things as they see fit. It's not as prescriptive as the National Electric Code that all building owners follow. So for that reason, just providing space is the key thing, and then let the electric utility handle that from there. And so the next, and then if that space is a vault, like downtown districts, a lot of times they do underground utility vaults, which Chell mentioned he was familiar with. Usually that's a 3-hour fire barrier between the vault and the room. Just make sure that size is big enough and the ventilation is so cooling, and sometimes that's passive cooling or active. So that's all the last bullet. The second to last bullet is the main electric room having sufficient space for the service upgrade. Service upgrade can look like a different things. Like most people think of it's ripping out the main service board and replacing it, but it doesn't have to be. That would be, if you were to rip it out and replace it, that's very expensive. And the reason why they do that usually is because they don't have the physical space. But if you have the physical space, you could actually put in a second main switchboard right next to the existing one, as long as the have 2 main breakers right side by side, and that qualifies as 1 service. National Electric Codes allows up to 6 disconnects per service. So that way you're not buying the whole second service right away. You can buy the second, buy it in pieces as you need it. All you need is the space to install it right there. And so that is the intent of that. And it's not dictating how they do it, because if they choose they want to rip out the old and replace the new, which sometimes you might, let's say if it's 30 years old and you can't get breakers for the switch board, then you maybe would want to do that anyways. But it's kind of giving them options so that way it's not so costly. Second to last bullet, the main service entrance conduits, that's probably the biggest important of items on that list, because installing a conduit underneath the building under the existing slab is incredibly expensive. You're talking about core drilling, foundation, saw cutting, concrete slab. If you just have the PVC pipe there, it's simple. And so the intent is they leave all the existing conductors in there. They don't have to pull new conductors. They're just adding to it. And so when they want to add capacity, so an underground service, parallel service conductors count as a single service. And so that's the intent there, is you just have spare pipe, and PVC is super cheap. It doesn't cost you much. And then the first bullet on the list is basically having a conduit from where the appliance is back to serve it. So that way you don't know what size the equipment is. So if you just have the pipe there, they can just pull the conductors as needed at whatever time they decide it. So this is a inexpensive means of providing having ability, and And I will just conclude that I would highly recommend making it as, you know, I mean, an incentive, not a requirement, but I mean, that's just my opinion on that last part. So hopefully that walks through, explains the how-to.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa made a motion to include these roughly as shown. Did we have a second for that?
I'd second it. This is David.
Okay, David has a second. I would suggest that it says additionally, the following provisions shall be required for each fossil fuel appliance. And then I guess I would also just from the practical standpoint, the first bullet, provide a spare electrical branch circuit conduit to that appliance size to support an equivalent heat pump appliance. The heat pump appliance may be located in a different location than perhaps a fossil fuel boiler, like might be on the roof or something. So I don't know how we would accommodate that within this kind of thing, but at least you would have the capacity to install one. I don't know how to solve that. We're going to take a break in a bit for lunch, and I'm looking at the number of hands up and seeing that we probably will have another 10 or 15 minutes of discussion on this. I guess why don't we take a 15-minute lunch break right now? We'll come back and we'll go through all the hands that were up. I'm going to leave them up for a second. I'm going to write them down, and then we'll proceed on this. All right. See you at 12:30. All right, join us lunch break. Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about a main motion to approve 037 Johnny. And we had an amendatory motion to strike the part of the future electrification option, and now we have an amendatory motion to add back in different language for this future electrification option. And we had a bunch of hands up, and I wrote that down before we left. So David, ready? You are up.
Yeah, I think I have a question, I guess, for Greg. My understanding is that, you know, increasing the size of a transformer does have upstream implications, and I guess there could be situations where maybe the utility couldn't support that unless they had already kind of accounted for that. Is that correct?
Well, upgrading the service to any building adds load to the and so, well, two things. One, utilities, we usually look at things as on a load perspective on what people are actually using. So when we look at what the feeders are actually and the laterals and substation transformers, what they're actually using. So if someone were to install an extra big size service, but they don't actually use it, that doesn't because it's all future proof. Utilities are saying, oh, well, we have a lower load, and so the feeders they're more worried about the actual usage. By installing a bigger service now, it doesn't actually solve the problem with the feeders. Okay. Now, with that said, you do have a problem as loads go up, especially when people remodel buildings and they're adding like homes that don't have air conditioning adds it in, or businesses that don't have air conditioning add it in, and it causes their load to go up. That does create a challenge, but that is not I mean, that's the utilities problem to deal with. Very real problem, but it's theirs and not the building owner's problem.
Right. And so it's safe to say that the decision to actually upgrade the size of the transformer, that actually wouldn't change the future decisions made by the utility.
So the building owner doesn't choose the utility transformer size. They provide input that allows the utility to choose it. And I can tell you right now, for what we do, and it's very common practice in utility, is we're told a building size for electric service size, and we undersize the transformer because we know that that sizing that was given is overly conservative. National Electric Code is overly conservative. And so we will purposely size the transformer. Now, we've had a lot of talks, and we're still talking about it and looking at things on what services actually may be appropriately sized and where we actually need to size it for the full amount. We found like pot farmers, for an example, they run their stuff quite heavily, or Bitcoin miners, they're running it heavy. And so now we can't do our demand factor and reduce the load. But that's kind of all in the more details on the utility space. So
yeah, that's super helpful. So I guess then the other comment was, do we need to, can we amend the other section, or I guess the service water heating section to include similar provisions here? This wasn't struck from the service water heating section as well. Was there something there that we missed when striking the space heating portion?
I'm going to jump in as a proponent of the motion. David, I just spotted that too, where that identical language is actually in the service water heating section, and we missed that.
You want to amend your motion, Lisa, to then also replace this with
yes,
the 4 bullets and any subsequent minor editorial modifications to those bullets that we might make. Okay.
Yes, I would like to make.
And then who seconded it?
I seconded it.
Okay.
So yes.
Yep. Okay, cool. Great catch.
I think the kit shell that you recommended, the provision shall be required for each fossil fuel appliance, though, are not really appropriate. I think you want branch feeder circuits to each appliance, but not necessarily like these provisions applying to each appliance, like
yeah,
the building level provision, not each appliance. Is that
okay? Maybe it's provide a spare electrical branch circuit conduit to each appliance. I know that the preamble to, or the beginning part of both Greg's language and earlier language talked about converting appliances. So that language needs to be in there somewhere. But it's between Greg's said, I forget what it said.
I think bullet number 1 kind of covers that already. That's where
Okay.
it says each appliance.
Okay, strike that. That's fine. Or I mean, remove. Okay. Is that it, David?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I have Sarah up next.
Hi, I had a couple comments about this. One is that there's some precedent for that future conduit and connections and service and all that with our the infrastructure for the EV charging stations. So there might be some helpful language there. And I do believe that requires them to upsize the service to accommodate those future charging stations, which then would translate into the larger transformer. So I know I have I guess one path and then I'm going to switch discussions, but in my experience, if we have to upsize service to a building, the property owner ends up paying for that entirely, and those transformers can be quite costly. So if you're truly talking about future-proofing this pathway, then I would reconsider including upsizing service, even if, you know, as has been said, it's not used. And then my other comment was
just to be clear, Sarah, you think the transformer should initially be larger, or
if the intent is really to future-proof and make it easier to swap out the equipment so that the building owner doesn't incur an enormous obstacle when the time comes. That said, I actually don't agree with this change at the moment. I think speculating about the future, there's a lot of things that can change. And I certainly think that this is a good idea for building owners, but I don't know that we should be mandating it because things can change. I mean, you know, with the Clean Buildings Act and new technologies, various I come from the world of affordable housing, so I'm thinking about different grants and things that push us all over the map, right? Just based on having available funds to do work in the future, 30 to 40 years. We don't know where that's going to be. So while I do think it's a good idea for owners, I don't necessarily understand why we would be mandating it, especially if we're trying to create a path for, if the focus of this discussion is creating a path for fossil fuels.
Thanks, Sarah. Hoyt, you are up next. Hoyt, I do not hear you. There you go.
Myself. Hey, one thing this is Hoyt Jeter, the principal engineer of the city of Tacoma. One thing I don't like to have in codes is when it sounds like it's commentary. And some of the language in there, when it starts giving examples, putting it as commentary, it should be written in a different font. And that'd be like the second and third bullet point. You know, because commentary, it is the interpretation of the building official. You know, when you say the intent is that the spare conduit could be used for parallel service and entrance, the code is actually a mandate situation that is a minimum that you need to design for. And I'm just not a huge fan of commentary being put into code language. So I just wanted to bring that up to add that. So hopefully that makes sense. And if there's any questions, let me know.
Thanks, Hoyt. Poppy?
Hi, yeah, this is, I guess, more of a question. I definitely support making things more specific, but I think that there are some assumptions in the first statement as it was written that is being deleted, and assumptions in this new language. And so I was wondering if either the proponent of the amendment or maybe Greg or Dwayne could explain what is it that we're actually gaining with the original language in relation to this new language? What are we really safeguarding there, or what are we ensuring specifically? I have my understanding of what is actually happening here, but I want to make sure I'm understanding the intent of both the person who proposed this originally, which was who was Dwayne, and then also I guess maybe Greg and Lisa. So if we were to move to this new language, we're clearly in some detail, and that maybe is good, but what are we actually gaining and what are we losing? I think it'd be helpful for people to make a decision about whether or not to stick with the original or the new language.
Okay, I'll let Dwayne go first as kind of the proponent.
Sure. Although I think that we already made a decision to get rid of the language that I originally proposed. By that was the 9-8 vote, right?
You haven't approved the motion for this whole proposal. That still could be disapproved if it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I think that this does not accomplish what I wanted to accomplish. That, as Sarah mentioned a bit ago, it's not free to upgrade a utility transformer or any of the auxiliary things that has to happen on the site to make that possible. It is in fact a huge obstacle and tremendously expensive. So the whole point of this was to have a transformer and a main service panel that was big enough to supply the heat pumps when they were when the gas stuff was changed out for heat pumps in the future. It said, you know, dedicated circuits at the main building panel shall be provided with sufficient power, which I thought meant we would get that the power to it. So what's being suggested is you know, nice. It'll help with a bunch of the things, but the main thing that I was trying to accomplish, this does not accomplish.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg, do you have any?
Well, so it depends on what the intent of the initial one was. If the intent of the initial one is to allow to remove the hurdle of people providing conversion from gas to electric, if that was the intent, then I believe this actually meets that intent. Because if you're talking about the cost of the adding the conduits and the space and stuff, you're talking about it adds a few $1,000s, which is a drop in the bucket for an entire building. But if you were to actually upgrade the whole entire electrical service on day one, you're talking about adding tens to hundreds of $1,000s to the cost of the project. And so after the fact, the total cost you're paying, I mean, if you say, if I'll just use imaginary numbers, make-believe ones. So if you had $100,000 to put in a main electrical service fully sized, what this is basically saying is you only have to pay $51,000 to install it now, and you can add the extra $50,000 at a later point. So you're still going to pay the same amount. It's still going to cost you $100,000 to upgrade the service. It's just you don't have to pay the full $100,000 when you build the building day one. You have provisions that allow you to pay for half of it now, and then you can pay for the other half of the upgrade later. So that's essentially what this is doing. If you did not include any of these conduits in there, then maybe you paid $50,000 now, but it's going to cost you another $150,000 to do an upgrade, or $200,000 upgrade later, and then that would be cost prohibitive, and that's the challenge. So now, if your intent of the original writing was to say, you know what, we're going to make it cost prohibitive, we want them to install the whole electrical infrastructure now, we want to pay for that whole $100,000 right now, we're not going to let them split it up in 2 payments, then yeah, this, what I wrote, is not going to be a penalty. This is basically a cost-effective way of splitting the total cost of service. So it doesn't, the total end cost isn't going to be that much more. And then regarding the upgrading service, there's schedules, tariffs that utilities follow. And those schedules, I mean, yes, customers do have to pay for some stuff, but those tariffs that all utilities follow, they have different allocations for funding that's allocated to fund part of it, because the utility is going to recoup part of the cost through the electric rates. And so, I mean, I can't answer on each specific project because it's all individual cases, but some cases, those allocated credits cover all. Sometimes they only cover part. Sometimes they cover just basically nothing of the construction costs. And so that's all project specific according to the tariff schedules. So hopefully that gives the explanation. I mean, with that, so I mean, if you wanted to provide it, this is the cheapest economical way to actually cause least pain to allow someone to upgrade, is what this language is.
Yeah, I strongly disagree with your analysis that this is the most economical way to upgrade in the future. This is the most economical way for the first construction, and a lot of people like that. But to say that it doesn't cost, there's no difference in cost to building out the extra capacity at new construction versus doing it as an alteration to an existing building is really not accurate.
Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks, Greg. Lisa?
Yeah, I'm going to toss in a couple of edits, actually. I appreciate Hoyt Jeter's comments about commentary. He's absolutely correct about that. So, you know, there's the sentence in there that talks about the intent is that, and then the note, I agree that that's not good code language, and I don't know. And again, Greg, I'm now editing what you put together, but I don't know if that adds pertinent information. And so I'll let you comment on that before I make a motion, but I'm thinking that language probably doesn't belong in here. And then the other thing I was going to mention too is that, so maybe Chrissy, you could highlight those 2 things that, yeah, thank you. And then also using words like may, could be, must, that's also not good code language. And so in the second bullet there, where it says provide spare electrical service entrance conduits that could be used. I would suggest changing that to for the purpose of upgrading.
All good suggestions, Lisa. I just was merely wrote this on the fly behind the scenes, and the commentary was probably not necessary. That was just from electrical engineer kind of talking more about how to. I mean, because my goal was not having to rip out existing infrastructure. So the moment you start ripping out stuff that you've already paid for and you can't reuse it, that's when the cost goes way up. If it's just a matter that you can leave what's already there and you add to it. And so that's what the commentary is trying to convey. But yeah, you're right. It's not necessary.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Lisa.
And then there's one other edit then in the final bullet where it says these accommodations must include, just change the word must to shall.
Could I just add in something on Lisa's comment there? And that's that italicizing has a very specific meaning in our code, and we do not use italicizing for doing commentary. We use that for identifying defined terms. And so, like Lisa just said, it's not code language, and it shouldn't be in there.
It's been struck in the current version.
Yeah, it just be stricken.
Yeah, it's struck. Yeah, that was the intent of my comment, is that that language should just be struck. I don't know if I caught everything, but there's that. And then I have one other thought popped up in my head when I was having lunch. And that is, I believe the intent of all of this is that this is only supposed to apply to new construction. Is that correct?
I don't know how you do this with existing construction unless you're redoing the whole electric service.
Right. And so, but I'm asking a bigger question about the whole proposal. And I understand it's Johnny's proposal and he's not here to speak to it. But I guess my question is, do we need to add an exception that says building alterations?
I am here.
Oh, good. Thank you, Johnny.
I'm not sure I can be that helpful with this question, though. It's a good question.
Yeah, if we're saying that you have to do this, it appears, and maybe Dwayne, my question then is to you, is that the last sentence of your original proposal and this whole proposal is all intended to apply to new construction and not a building alteration where they're now putting in a new piece of equipment that didn't exist before. Is that correct?
Yeah. And that is aligned with our current code language. So I don't think anything has to change. It's different in the Seattle code, but for the state code, we made it so that there's hardly any condition in which you have to upgrade to heat pumps.
Okay, so I guess my question is an exception that states building alterations, is that needed here or no?
Might be a reasonable clarification just to put some guardrails around this.
I mean,
I just have an exception at the end that said, it applies to, well, I don't know where it would go, but.
Well, right now, I mean, do you see what's on the screen right now where it says for new construction?
Yeah, okay.
And we're going to cover, if we can get to it, chapter 5 proposals in a bit, but they don't necessarily modify this.
I'm sorry, where does it say for new construction?
Do you see the screen?
Highlighted.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay.
And just a gentle point of order, we're making changes to a motion on the table. Yep. Are those changes acceptable to the maker of the motion and the second?
That's a question I was going to get to when Lisa's was done suggesting changes. So if she's done now, then.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Then Lisa, as the maker of the motion.
Oh, I forgot that part. Sorry.
I assume they're acceptable to you. And then David, as a second.
Yes, they're acceptable.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Interrupt, but since you're making editorial changes like this, the other thing that is written in the code, because I do deal a lot of that, instead of if, you know, when you write if in the comments, it should be where. I mean, that's just for writing someone's code stuff. That's another, it's more of an editorial, but you might as well correct it since you're correcting the other ones too. So where you say if, it should be where.
Yeah. Where is that located, Hoyt, in the language?
Oh,
currently?
if within the fourth bullet, if the utility equipment, last sentence.
Yeah. If the Achilles license, where the utility equipment is. It's just where. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, since you're correcting it, you might as well get both of them.
Yep,
correct.
yeah,
That's a good,
appreciate that, Hoyt.
thanks, Hoyt. That's a good catch. And so to respond, as a proponent of the original motion, I accept, with that additional recommended change by Hoyt Jeter, I accept the changes and to the original motion.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. So the motion, I'm just going to restate it and then we'll take a few more comments. The motion is to, it's an amendatory motion to include these 4 bullets and a little bit more language under number 1 as seen on the screen. All right, Greg.
So I was just going to highlight, we have a similar situation here occur with EV chargers. So we've had some big bus garages or so where they have an existing building and they want to convert their buses to all electric. And so they need chargers. And so they're in a similar situation where they're trying to upgrade this electrical service. And I mean, we wish they would have provided all this stuff in advance. But that is, I'm following similar things to what I've kind of drawn up and designed for, and we've given out to some of these services is saying, what if you don't have to rip out your existing infrastructure, we can just add to it. And we're trying to find means. I mean, the hardest part is finding location, but where they do actually have space and where we can get a conduit path in, and then they don't have to rip out the existing main panel, they can just add to it and comply with that. And I can tell you that those customers of ours, when their electrical engineer says, man, I don't have to upgrade the existing service, they are so happy because it saves them so much money that they're just adding what's needed. So there's already, I mean, this is based on, you know, I mean, my experience with what we're doing with buses. So I don't know if that helps a little bit in providing feedback on where it's adjacently applicable.
Thanks, Greg. Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious, there have been some comments made about first cost versus later cost and how this, you know, Greg's comment was that this proposal as written lets a building owner split their cost basically and prevents a greater cost later. There's a comment made that this would still require an enormous cost later, that it doesn't really split it. I'm wondering, where's the evidence for these comments? I don't believe this code exists anywhere except perhaps the Seattle building code. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at that lately.
What code are you referring to, Kevin?
I'm talking about the language in front of us. I don't believe this code exists. So how would we know how this cost would split?
I can attempt and answer it that, Greg, that this is based on a number of discussions we've had with developers here in Seattle about whether they're going to upgrade to heat pumps and what it's going to cost, because there are rules in place here that are going to be requiring that shortly, and that's one of the big stumbling blocks. There are several stumbling blocks, but certainly the cost of upgrading utility service, especially when it requires a different kind of space, is hugely expensive.
My understanding is this is an attempt to ease that cost. I just don't know if there's a basis for comparison, since I don't think this exists as a condition right now.
Yeah, I don't know that conduit can can compare with the with the cost of upgrading the service, but that I haven't heard conduit mentioned. I've certainly heard the cost of the service and main panel being a big issue.
Gotcha. And then just a comment, the consequence of this language from a builder's standpoint, if I'm developing a new property, I'm going to see this and say, well, gee, that's a lot of cost for me to put in a fossil fuel appliance. Both this language and the required points, I'm probably going to just decide to go all electric. And I know that's not necessarily related to EPCA. It's not, cost is not something that's discussed in that language, but it seems like that's the plan here is to economically force a builder to make that decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Poppy, you're up next. Poppy, I don't hear you.
Sorry, yeah, I'm lowering my hand.
Okay, and could you speak up? You're a little quiet in the mic.
Sorry, I'm lowering my hand. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. Okay, David, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from Greg that this upgraded language, this revised language, isn't a huge cost burden, so that's why I guess I would support it. I guess, Kevin, are you saying you think this is a huge additional cost? No? This
I'm
revised.
saying it is an additional cost. And it's for a provision that may or may not be used in the next, who knows how long period of time.
Okay. I guess the other comment is that, again, modeling path does not have this requirement, at least as currently structured. So there is a path to not have this cost if you use the modeling path. Although, because maybe that's something we need to have a proposal to address, but that's all I have to say.
Thanks, David. Arena.
Yeah, I just want to add into this discussion that the way that service size is determined can vary from utility to utility, and also who pays for what can vary from utility to utility. And I think there's going to be a distinction between public utilities and IOUs. But I don't work in this part of the utility, so I can't speak specifically, but just from the chatter that I've heard, that is my understanding.
No, thanks, Arena. Greg, and then we'll vote on this. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I was just going to note is Kevin did bring up a good point on if this is required, then there is questions about just being economic penalty to and would that withstand EPCA? I don't know. If we were to make this a bonus, like you got an energy credit for doing this, then we would incentivize, and then if people opted not to do it, then they wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have to deal with those EPCA compliance issues. Now, I mean, I understand the sentiment is people want want people to have the ability to upgrade, and so I mean, I understand that, but maybe if we focus more on making you get a credit for doing it, then you would survive your EPCA provision challenges. So that was all I was gonna.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, that hit a chord with me right there, Gregory. If we are, by introducing this and making it cost prohibitive because of adding additional money into projects, if we're gonna, and this is, I guess, for lawyers to figure out, it's not for us, we're gonna vote either yes or no. But if we are gonna pass the EPCA test, right? So just more of a comment, and I do like that other comment you made, Greg, on maybe this is a credit. I don't know. I think that could maybe be a place that the MVE committee looks at in the future, Shell, if this doesn't go through.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. I think thanks, Eric. I heard both that it wasn't, I think, to an earlier comment, it wouldn't cost a lot, or it would cost a lot. It's hard to know. All right. Let's vote on this one. This is an amendatory motion, so it's basically just amending proposal 037, Johnny, to include the language you see on the screen, both for the space heating pathway and the water heating pathway. So let's take a roll call vote on this.
Mike Fowler,
Sorry, just getting off unmute. Yes.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Sarah Breedy,
No.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Kevin Dwell,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
Yes.
Eric Olon, Gavin Tenold, Patrick Hayes,
No.
Did we hear from Gavin?
I did not hear anything.
You're not here. Is John here?
I believe John was unavailable today.
Okay.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
motion carries 10-5, one abstention.
Okay, motion carries 10-5 with one abstention. We are back to the main motion, which is to pass 037 Johnny with this modification, striking the electric readiness and adding a different electric readiness, and also having this replace 036 option 1 and option 2 that were passed at the last Energy Code Commercial Technical Advisory Group. So back to the main motion. Kevin, you are up.
Thank you, Chair. I have a fundamental concern with the credit modification formulas, and that's that they're based on capacity. So just for example, say you have a space heating system with 50% gas capacity, right? But let's say it only operates 10% of the time of the year. So your energy use from that source is dramatically different than the capacity. The capacity might be necessary to meet the load, but the actual energy use could be, like I said, dramatically different than the capacity. But you're still having to make up that other, in this case, 40% in this little thought experiment. I just don't see how that aligns with an energy efficiency code. And I understand it's the difficulty is how do you capture that for an individual property without doing modeling, which maybe that's the answer to my concern is you just don't do this, or you do both and figure out which is most advantageous to you. But I don't, I don't see how this is a fair accounting. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And it's possible that the alternate math would alleviate that. I don't really know yet. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Question for you, Chell. Is this the point at which we're choosing between the Johnny path and the Dwayne path?
Then that's not the motion. The motion is to pass this and have it replace 036 option 1 and option 2. So
then
we're not,
at the end of this all, then we need to then voice our preference between the two?
well, we could send 2 options, or we could send 1 option, or something like that. So I heard a few people state that they like the Johnny version better than the Dwayne version, but we haven't voted on it as a tag, and the motion right now is just to pass this one. So
okay.
We can vote to pass this one, and then we can have a motion to take up 037 Dwayne and see what happens with that.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I'll use this opportunity to bring up the additional topic that I think would be good to take a look at. This proposal, as well as their similar proposal, both of them really change the way we view discrete area weighting, or at least it compounds it, because the discrete area weighting language in the code currently makes reference to occupancy groups. And what we're talking about now is discrete area weighting between areas of the building that have heat pumps and area of the building that have controls. And then there might be some discrete area weighting, for mixed conditions. And so the whole way that we address discrete area weighting is definitely going to change. And so my concern is whether the current discrete area weighting language, which is section C40612, if it is still adequate to support these new changes. And if we determine that it's not, then who takes on the task of evaluating that code provision and updating it so that it comprehensively includes what's being required in these changes we're considering?
That's a really good question, Lisa. And I think we will not have time today to finalize a solution to that, but I think we can bring something to the MVE committee, maybe have a subgroup work on that and bring that to MVE committee. Would that be adequate, do you think?
Yes, that would be great. We would like to be a part of that, because whatever we come up with on how discrete area weighting will be handled definitely impacts the tool that we're developing. So we want to make sure we have a really clear understanding of what the final intent will be.
Would you or Dwayne want to lead that group or convene that group?
I'll go ahead and say I'll convene that group.
Way to go, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. I see you. Yeah. Okay. And then okay. Yep. That will be the discrete area weighting group that also looks at this thing. Okay. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that when we're voting on this, it's voting on 037, correct?
Yes, the current motion is to pass 037 Johnny, replacing 036 option 1 and 036 option 2, and there's a couple of amendments to it.
Okay, so it replaces those separate options, but it doesn't necessarily replace 036 in its original form?
It does not replace. We haven't made a motion on 036 in its original form.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. David.
I put my hand down.
Okay. Andy.
I just wanted to, Lisa, I'd like to participate in that working group for the discrete area weighting category. So if you wouldn't mind, I can reach out to you separately.
Yes, that would be great, Andy. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to just unmute and say, yes, please add me to the group? Anybody just unmute and say that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to help too.
This is David. Ready? You can add me.
Great, thank you.
Lisa, I can participate this week, but I can't do next week. So if it meets this week, I can.
Okay, and could everyone who's interested in participating, you could just drop me a quick note, and
Yep.
that way I'll have your email contacts and all that.
I'm not seeing chat functionalities
Nope,
in this
we don't have
meeting.
chat functionalities.
Oh, okay. So, but Lisa, I have your email. I'll just shoot you over a quick note.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right. Okay. I am not seeing any more hands up. I think that means we are ready to vote on the main motion, and I'm going to restate it, even though you've heard it many times. The main motion is to vote forward 037 Johnny, which is the one we've been talking about for the last couple hours. Replacing 036 option 1 and 036 option 2 that we passed at the last meeting. And there were two amendatory motions, one that succeeded and one struck the electric readiness section, part of a sentence of it, and the other one added language for the electric readiness section. So that is the motion. It has nothing to do with 037 Dwayne. The motion has nothing to do with that. So that is the motion. Let's take a roll call vote on this.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sarah Breedy,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Kevin Duell, Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
Yes.
Eric Olnon, Gavin Tenold, Patrick Hayes,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
motion carries 13-1 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries 13-1 with 2 abstentions. We have now dealt with 037 Johnny. Let's talk about 037 Dwayne. We could, we've already talked about it. We could have a motion if probably what we could do is now we could send both forward if we also support 037 Dwayne. We could also vote it down if everybody likes 037 Johnny and wants to send a single proposal. Both options are great options, or at least in order options. We could also do other things.
I'd like to make a motion. Can I do that?
Sure. Dwayne, make a motion.
I'd like to vote to accept this with the same modifications that were just made to Johnny's.
Okay, and I'm just going to have implied in there as it would replace the previous 037 that we passed at the last tag.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, okay, so the motion, I'll state the motion again, then we'll look for a second, and then we'll talk about it. So motion is to accept 037 with the same modifications on electric readiness that were in 037 Johnny, to replace 037 that we passed at the last energy code commercial tag. That's the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay,
It's Mike.
Seconds that. Okay. Let's have some. Dwayne, do you wanna talk any more in support of it, or Mike?
Sure. I'd like to say that I believe that this formulation is going to be dramatically easier for anybody involved to comprehend, and while making the same, making it so that people who are not using this pathway do not have any of those other changes throughout the code to contend with, and that it will be the more straightforward compliance that this allows will result in better compliance and be a gift to applicants and code officials alike.
Thanks, Dwayne. Mike, do you want to say any words in support?
I think it's just going to echo what Dwayne just said. I'm appreciative of whether it's the simplicity or just more potentially easier to implement, and I would like to have the MVE committee to have that option in front of them.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Are there other comments?
I bet David Reddy has a comment.
Eric.
Yeah, again, I'm actually the opposite. I'm thinking we just need to have a single, well thought out proposal that goes to the MVE committee. I feel like we're bifurcating or separating, and we have all these language, but having something that's simple, the Johnny proposal to MVE would be beneficial, I think, for everyone.
Thanks, Eric. Does anybody else have words of wisdom? All right, specifically about this motion. I know everybody has words of wisdom about something. All right, let's, Poppy.
Yeah, just quickly wanted to add on that I think it's beneficial to have two options being moved forward to the MVE.
Thanks, Poppy. Okay, Chris is doing some editing, and once she's done, let's take a roll call vote on this. I'm going to restate the motion. The motion is to pass 037 Dwayne, replacing the 037 that was passed at the last commercial energy code tag with the two amendatory motions from the prior motion regarding electrification readiness. Whenever Krista's ready, we'll take a roll call.
Oh, sorry, just a second. I need to
Yep.
pull the column out. Okay. Mike Feller,
Yes.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Sarah Breedy,
Yes.
David Reddy,
No.
Kevin Dwell, are you there, Kevin?
Oh, am I double muted?
We
Yeah.
hear you now.
We
Oh.
can hear you now.
So no.
Thank you. Arena Risk Fitness,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Eric Olon,
No.
Gavin Tenold, Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Luke, I didn't get that.
Yes.
Thank you. Greg Johnson,
No.
motion carries 9-7.
Carries 9-7. Okay, we have now passed several things. At the last commercial tag, we passed out 26, which struck mandatory fossil fuel compliance from the C407 path. And then now the other things going to the MVE are the 037 Johnny and 037 Dwayne as passed today. I think the next order of business is to go to chapter 5, where we have a couple of proposals. And
We still haven't addressed 036 though.
Oh yes. We mean 036 original.
Or 036 version 3.
Oh.
Sorry, what I had emailed I had emailed the original with a couple amendments that were mostly just fixing language. It doesn't change the mechanism at all. And that's what I think Krista's talking about when she means
Okay, 036
yeah, what's in red text basically.
And this is our performance path option.
This is the performance path. Yeah. So what initially happened was we had a performance path. I was asked to create a prescriptive path for folks. So I amended my proposal and created those prescriptive pathways. We passed that. And then we realized that no one could do the modeling for it because we had a different prescriptive modeling path. Here's Dwayne that we worked on, which we just talked about at length. So now we're going back to the original performance path to discuss that, to allow that to be an option for folks and for the MVE committee to decide, and for to have a legal analysis, the State Building Code Council to maybe decide. It just creates more flexibility for people who want to do the performance pathway to be able to install gas appliances.
Question for you, Johnny. Just to be sure, this is compatible with either the Dwayne or the Johnny version of the prescriptive path.
Yep.
And so
they both are mutually exclusive and stack. They could both, you could pass them both, and you could have a prescriptive pathway and a performance pathway, or you could only have a performance pathway or only prescriptive pathway.
Right.
Okay. And Johnny, can you, in a couple minutes, refresh us on did the carbon table get struck? Did the building performance, why are they changed, etc.? Because we haven't
carbon table was struck because APCA specifically states that things need to be based on energy or costs, not based on carbon. And the building performance factors were updated by PNNL to no longer be based off of carbon, instead be based off site energy. That's why those changes made. I think David Reddy asked a question like, why did 0.55 go down to 0.51? I think that has to do with the the building is using that specific type of commercial building uses slightly more gas because it has more surface
So-
water heating. So when
In
it's switched,
short, would you say PNNL would say that these are equivalent
yes,
in terms of the overall performance of the building? They're just modified based on the not having a carbon table.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep. And we modified some language on the district energy use with a PEDXG to make it based off of site energy. And David Reddy worked hard on helping come up with that language because of projects that he's worked on. So I think it's a good proposal. I think it's pragmatic and gets us to where we need to be.
Thanks, Johnny. David.
Yeah, I think the changes are good. I'd still like to see the backup data on the PNNL adjustments. But I think the only thing that I guess now is missing from the performance path is the electrification kind of readiness provisions. Do you feel, Johnny, that those should not be included in this path, or do you think we should incorporate them now?
I'll leave that for the tag and MBE to decide. And I think personally, I would just keep things simple and just pass this proposal as is and not reopen a can of worms.
Okay.
Dwayne?
I'm wondering if this is done right, because it changes C407 for everybody away from the carbon path. And wouldn't it have been better to create an alternate C407 for fossil fuel projects and leave the one that we have in line for us heat pumps as it is?
I'm not sure I followed you, Dwayne.
Or is it going to work properly as we intend here to have that this apply both to fossil fuel projects and to heat pump projects? Are we losing something from those who do stay with heat pumps that we've carefully built into the code currently?
Sure hope so. Or do you have any specific concerns? The only thing I think is if the building performance factors aren't calculated correctly, but I kind of have to trust PNNL on that. And I do. They do great work. But
so your feeling is that it's going to end up essentially with the same efficiency of buildings either way.
That's my understanding. And that's something that, as of today, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Dwayne, Kevin.
I just wanted to reinforce Johnny's comment. I mean, you have a building performance factor. That's absolute. Doesn't matter how you get there. So that should be accomplished by either path, right? Any kind of technology. You have to get to a certain, basically, EUI to, I know these aren't EUIs, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like that's an equal comparison.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Andy.
Yeah, Dwayne, one comment. I think that because part of the previous iteration included the adjustments to the electric carbon factor, they were much closer to parity of 1-to-1 anyways. So just to add another comment in that, assuming all the updates from PNNL are accurate, I think it should still be relatively equivalent between the carbon factors with somewhat closer 1-to-1 versus then just going to site energy where it is just BTU as a BTU. So yeah, I mean, I think that in the 2018 version where there was a little bit bigger delta between gas and electricity carbon factors, that isn't quite the same because you do get into more stuff with fuel switching. But here, I think it should shake out pretty equivalently.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Hoyt.
I guess I had to unmute, mouthful effect. I just have a question, if someone wouldn't mind educating me a little bit. Why is retail stay the same? It's striked out and then put the exact same number. Usually that doesn't make sense to me.
We could just keep it to 0.41. Yeah, I think what basically happened is we crossed out all of the numbers and we put in X's, X, until we had gotten the numbers filled in by PNNL. It was a placeholder, and when I filled it in, I just put in 0.41. I wasn't paying attention to what was there before.
So why isn't it reduced? I'm just wondering what was the behind, like all the rest seem to get reduced, like offices got down by 100th of a place. Why this one wouldn't go down to 0.40? I mean, was there a reason behind that, just to keep retail the same, or because I know with the laws of how we got to meet certain energy requirements by a certain deadline. I was just curious.
Just significant figures. I'm guessing that one got rounded up and one got rounded down because of getting closer or less to 0.5. Would my guess. I don't know. I don't know what, like, 4 significant figures out, like why this got rounded to 0.41 versus like maybe it was like 0.414 and this was like 0.406 and then they both got rounded up to 0.41. If that makes sense.
We also have a really different energy mix, and there's hardly any hot water in retail.
Yeah, one of the things is the carbon table made it so that gas and electricity were within about 9% of each other. And so this is updated. So depending on the fuel mix of each type, it got adjusted to be equivalent energy performance instead of carbon performance.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to ask that question. I get these questions at the city from people, and sometimes I just like to know when something's like that. Thank you so much.
That's a good question. Okay, so we have a proposal. Did someone make a motion on this? I don't recall.
No motion yet.
No motion. Okay.
I'll move to approve this as we see it on the screen.
Dwayne,
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to approve 036 revision 3 to send on to the MVE committee. Kevin.
Yeah, could we see the amended language?
Yep.
So it's just that sentence.
Well, it sounds like there's probably something down below as well.
Yeah, there's one other edit down below, is the table was not being correctly identified in the TSPR.
Sure.
Yeah. Those are the two
and I
edits.
wanted to ask, thanks for scrolling down. I don't believe you intended to strike out the table, just the description above, right? Like this is still part of D201.
That's correct. I don't know why that struck out. Fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Good catch.
Probably a copy paste issue. And then
thanks.
Can we go back up to that one sentence before? And I realize now the motion has to get changed, blah, 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 but okay, so this is basically adding a provision for the code official to adjudicate the COP. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Wait a second. What you just did with the unstriking that table, you go back there, because in this new world, isn't that irrelevant now?
Well, there's a reference above to this table that used to refer to C407.1, but that's gone under the district energy portion.
Doesn't TSPR use it? Isn't that?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, Dwayne, do you accept the unstriking of the Appendix D table?
I think so. It's not hurting anything. It's not hurting anything there. Yeah. Oh yeah, because we're moving it to D, which is where we're putting all that stuff with TSPR.
Yep. Okay, so you accept that. Lisa, as a second, do you accept the unstriking of the table?
Yeah, I accept that change.
Okay. Kevin, do you have more? Okay. All right. Well, we have a motion and we have a second and we have no more hands up. So let's vote on this one. This is motions to approve 036, which is the C407, to approve 036 revision 3, which is part of the C407 pathway. All right, let's do a voice vote just to see if we're there. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes by voice vote. Save a couple minutes there. Okay. Let's go to chapter 5. And we have two proposals there that I wanted to get to because yeah, because they're relevant. We haven't considered the chapter 5 modifications yet. That's existing buildings. So those are what, 27 and 28. Yes, and this is an Ian Casey one, and I think the important part of this is, the chapter 5 bit. So Ian, are you around? Is anybody?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. Do you want to talk about this proposal?
Yeah, so we're in chapter 5 here. So regarding addition and replacements, and this one's pretty straightforward. There was an exception for a single like-for-like replacement. The intent of this proposal is to expand that to replacements of more than one, just because that language is restrictive and puts an undue burden on the owner, especially in a replacement scenario. Fuel switching, requiring that for something more than one appliance can be very costly and burdensome. So that is the intent of those changes to the section above there. And furthermore, in table C503 4.6, the compliance option had required a 10% efficiency better than the base minimum. We found some language that EPCA refers back to where a 5% maximum is allowed in place of a 10%. So we're proposing 5% in place of 10. And that's the intent of this proposal.
Thanks, Ian. And just to be abundantly clear, this affects which pathways in chapter 5? This is additions. I have notes somewhere, but so each subsection under chapter 5 covers different things, and I was wondering, is this alterations or additions, or which one is it? Can you scroll up, Krista? It might say. Well, this is addition of heating appliances. Okay. Okay. All right. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just add a little flavor to what Ian put forward. Another concern is that if you are a building owner and let's say you have 2 gas water heaters, the language as written, not the proposal, but as written, you could replace one with and they both, let's say they both fail simultaneously or need to be replaced simultaneously. You could replace one with a gas appliance. The other one you'd have to replace with a heat pump appliance. And it seems like that's an EPCA issue because you're not allowing a federal minimum appliance to be applied in this case. So just a little additional flavor.
Thanks, Kevin.
And this is in alterations.
Okay. Thanks, Krista. Are there other comments on this proposal? Okay, we could have a motion to approve it, to deny it, or some other thing. I know you're all tired.
I will make a motion to approve this, Gary Hicken, and I'm back on the meeting. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as written. Is there a second?
There's a hand up, just to let you know, just to be sure before you go too far.
Yep. Well, once a motion is made, we need a second.
I'll second.
Greg seconds it. Okay. Gary, do you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think Ian and Kevin have explained it well enough. Thanks.
Okay.
I think it's, I mean, fairly simple, straightforward proposal.
Okay. And then Greg, did you want to get any words?
No, I think we said it all.
Okay. All right, Shane.
Sorry, I was hoping to make a comment about how I just felt that to meet the EPCA requirement that this whole increasing efficiency for these replacements is probably something that would have to go all together. So and someone else kind of mentioned that, and so that's what I was getting at it. So I guess, since there's a motion, the only thing I guess I would suggest is maybe the further amend to actually strike out those lines for having to have the additional efficiency at all. So.
Okay. Yeah, under lines 3 and 4, or where it says line 3 and 4.
Yeah. But I mean, I think, unfortunately, I think it's probably even all this is kind of difficult when you're referring to replacements. And so I don't even know that it could, in reality, to make it right, if it would just be specific to, even these two lines. I mean, maybe in all reality, all the entire table in terms of replacements, when you're going beyond what the federal minimums for any types of fuels, could be a problem. So, sorry, this is more me thinking out loud. I meant to talk before the motion was made. So
that's okay. I mean, you can talk after the motion is made. This is a discussion period for the motion. So
can even propose an amendment.
Yeah, you could.
I think I'll put a pin in my thoughts right now, so I can wrap it around a little bit more and let some other people talk.
Okay. Yeah, and the other thing is that we will have lawyers advising the council and quite possibly the MVE committee at the next phases. So if it's looking at whether it's efficiency +0 or efficiency +5, we can actually have lawyers weigh in on that at the next levels. David.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to remove striking out of the section C403.1.4, or seems like this would limit you from actually just following that section if you want to. So should still be maintained.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, that let me move the state. It's up above the
That's because there were matching proposals to completely strike section C403.1.4.
Oh. Okay.
In this series anyway.
All right. Never mind then.
Okay, so you're withdrawing motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can allow compliance with that section. Then that's fine. Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, that is, I guess okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so that raises an interesting point. So section C403.1.4 remains, correct? Is that correct? I mean, we had that in 037, both versions, right?
It is, it remains in, and has the fossil fuel path as an option. Well, no, it's set up in Johnny's version, the fossil fuel path is there. In my version, it's in 401.
Okay. Because Krista's right. The reason those two references to that section are stricken is in case that section no longer existed, but since it exists, I think that should remain. Also, there's a typo in note
Let's
B.
just hold where we are, Kevin. So you're
Sorry.
saying section 4.3.1.4 should be unstruck at the top and then perhaps, since we also passed 037 Dwayne, we should note that we might need to update that section number if Dwayne's is the one that goes forward.
Yeah, that's a great summary. Thanks, Shell.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for. I mean,
because it may or may not apply, right? You don't want to have reference to a section that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then maybe parenthetically you say if, or the other section if. Yeah.
There we go. And I guess I should be proposing this as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think once we see it, we can kind of.
Okay, sure.
How friendly or whatever.
So the other portion of that is there's in note B, you have to scroll down a little bit. It's the 10% is struck out to 5, but then there's a 1.10 that should also be struck out to be 1.05.
Good catch.
There we go.
This is the beauty of having so many brilliant people in a virtual room, is that we can get all these things right most of the time. Okay. Are those considered friendly amendments, Dwayne?
It was Gary that made the motion.
Gary. Okay, Gary.
So friendly, I can't believe it.
All right. And then the second on the motion was who?
I think it was Greg, wasn't it?
It was Greg. Greg, are you okay with the?
Yes.
Overly
Yes.
friendly amendment?
Sorry for the slow unmute.
No worries. Okay, so we have this in front of us. There's a motion on the table. Kevin, do you have any more?
No, thank you.
Hey, Hoyt.
I'm sorry, I was going to unmute myself. I was going to have the same thing. The changes we discussed earlier. So he brought it all up. So sorry about that. I'll take my hand down.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do I don't see any more hands up. I'll risk a voice vote. And if there's more than one dissension, then we'll take a roll call vote. So the motion is to pass 027 with a couple of modifications that we've just recently discussed and are on the screen in front of us. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, 027 with amendments pass. We're off to 028, I think. Is this also an Ian? Yep. Ian, you have the floor.
So this is very similar to the last proposal, where that last one regarding alterations or replacements for space heating. This is strictly in the water heating equipment section. So the same reasoning, same change from single to allow for multiple units above and beyond one. Same argument about the undue burden on the the customer for EPCA compliance.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve this, Gary.
Thanks, Gary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thanks, Greg. Gary, do you have anything more to say about this?
No, sir. Thanks.
Okay, Greg?
Nope.
All right, are there, anybody want to have any words of wisdom on this one?
This would probably need the same modifications on the, well, I guess it wouldn't, if you're just referencing 404, never mind.
Oh, I was going to make the same comment. So there you go.
Yeah, and the entire section C404 is, I think that is interesting that the following company is not required to apply with section C404 at all, not just C404.2.1. Is that?
That could be a concern.
Yeah, that. What do people think about that if you don't have to comply with anything in C404?
Yeah, I mean, there's the minimum efficiency requirements of the equipment.
And pipe insulation.
Yeah, I think this needs to be revised similar to the other one.
So maybe just C404.2.1 is unstricken.
But then it might also be per Dwayne's C404.1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Lisa. I think the scope of this needs to be pretty tight so that we don't, again, have unintended consequences of eliminating requirements that would be applicable.
Yep. All right, well, let's, we have 5 minutes left. So this seems reasonable to me for now. Gary, is this an acceptable modification to you?
Yes, it's reasonable. Yeah.
Okay, and Greg?
Yep, sounds reasonable.
All right, further discussion on this proposal 028. Okay, all in favor of the proposal, which is 028 with the modification shown on the screen, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we are now through all of the agenda except for if there are other combinations of proposals that anybody wants to bring up. Otherwise, we will adjourn. Okay, I'm not seeing hands up. I'm not seeing a rush forward to the microphone. Thank you so much, everybody, for all of your time this summer. I know it's been a slog, but I think we have some great ideas that were put forward and passed, and I think we did some awesome work. So pat yourselves all on the back. And this is probably possibly the last time the commercial tag will meet for this cycle. We are going to reform the tag for the 2024 code. So, excitement is still in your future. Don't get sad that you won't get to meet in the near future. All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you so much.
Great job, Chell.
Great job, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Nice job, Shell.
Thanks, everyone.
Joe.
Bye.
Bye.